Right, and I think we are live. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining me. Let me know if you can hear me and you can see me okay. And welcome to, let me just get it on screen, part 2 of Paul goes through his entire collection and rates it with Pub Meeple. Audio and video is fine. Excellent, thank you very much. Now, a few things before we start today. This is part 2. This is going to be very different from part 1. That's the idea anyway. Part 1 was a few days ago. And it was a huge amount of fun. There was a question recently on my BGG Guild of what were my favourite streams of last year. Or call this recency bias if you want to, but the live stream that I did where I went through my collection was just a lot more enjoyable than I thought. Today is part 2, but this is going to be different. And if you are just tuning in and you're watching this video or you're watching this video back afterwards, I would strongly recommend going back and watching part 1. The reason is, part 1, I went into a lot of discussion. So as 2 games got presented to me and I had to choose between them, I did end up talking quite a lot more than I'd originally planned. It was a 4-hour live show and I think 25% of the way through. Now that doesn't mean it's going to be 3 more 4-hour shows because, and the reason why this video is going to be different from the last one, I'm going to be talking less. I am going to be selecting the games without much explanation or background stories or anything like that. Because I think I've done all of that in the first one. And that's what made the first one enjoyable. So I think this video is not going to be as enjoyable to watch. It's just going to be me pressing the buttons without actually explaining things more. But I don't have time for 4-hour live shows. So yeah, we'll see how we get on. Now, for those people who are watching this who don't know what this is, Pub Meeple is a website which contains a ranking engine and various other goodies in there. And what you can do is you can bring in your collection from Board Game Geek and ask it to rank them. And what it's going to do is it's going to present me with a series of choices where I get given 2 games, choose which one I prefer, and it does that. It's about, for the collection that I've got of my size, which, to clarify, is all of my games which I have played. So anything in my collection which I have not played has been removed from my collection, but it's going to be like 3,200 comparisons or something like that. There's 2 games that I've realised are not in my collection and therefore are not appearing on this ranking engine, and that is Old London Bridge by Queen Games and a Block and Key by Inside Up Games that I've actually played a few times recently. So apologies that they got missed out of my collection. And if you know of any other games which I definitely have in my collection which haven't shown up in either of the videos, please let me know, because that means my collection is not up to date and I need to fix it. Need to fix the layout of the chat box on screen. Yes, everything was done all very quickly. So where is the chat box? The chat box is, oh, it's there. Yes, it needs to be over there. And let me just fix that. Thank you very much for spotting that. We just need to adjust the size. Probably need to go down to 400 heights, something like that. It's going to reset. Oh no, it's not going to reset. It doesn't reset. There you go. Right, we fixed that. And yeah, again, for those people who missed part 1, what this was a goal of my Patreon campaign. So my Patreon campaign essentially funds the channel. For those people who are watching this who are Patreon supporters, a big thank you to you, because it's your financial support that allows me to live the life I do and allows me to keep creating these videos. If you are watching this and you are not one of my Patreon supporters, that's okay. Don't feel that you have to support me. But if you are in a position to be able to support me, it's patreon.com/greatgamingrules. And your contributions are very much welcome and appreciated. It was a goal of my Patreon campaign that when I got to 800 Patreon supporters, I would do this video. So that's why I'm doing this video. We are currently at where we did manage to get to 868 Patreon supporters at the end of December, but at the start of every month I lose quite a few people due to Patreon's nonsense system, where a lot of people's credit cards get declined and it doesn't send out reminders to people. So we're right now down to 855 supporters, which is a fantastic number, and I'm very happy with that. But if we do get to 900 Patreon supporters, I'm going to do something else a bit special. And if you have any ideas of what you think I should do when I get to 900 Patreon supporters, please let me know on the Slack channel. You've got plenty of time to do it, because at the current rate of growth, we might get to 900 Patreon supporters by the end of the year. I don't know. But if you've got any ideas of what we can do, then definitely let me know. Right. So off we go. Let's jump in. Let's go over to Pub Meeple And what you do is it saved my progress. So I go in here, you can see here, items 620, although we removed quite a few of them as we were playing it, as we were doing it last time. Some games came up and I went, wait a minute, I haven't actually played this one, and I removed it. It says 28% complete. You can see by the progress bar on the top, but hopefully, this one's going to be quicker. I'm going to try and talk less. We will see. Oh, also, I must just mention, we've been out for a family day today. Went to Vicky's parents because it's their 50th wedding anniversary. I've been struggling with tiredness for the last couple of days, and we got back, and I had to go to bed. I have literally just woken up. I feel awful, and I'm going to let adrenaline power me through. We'll see how we get on. But if I start talking nonsense, it's because, yeah, physically I haven't woken up yet. Right, anyway, off we go. Discoveries versus Rebuilding Seattle. Now, I said I wasn't going to talk too much. I said I was just going to pick a game. And I really enjoyed Discoveries, and I've not played it for a few years, but I really do like Rebuilding Seattle, so we're going to pick that one. Out of these two, yeah, it's been years since I've played Discoveries, and whilst I enjoyed Cloud Age, I'm going to go with Discoveries this time. Mystic Vale or Cloud Age? I really like Mystic Vale, but ultimately, I think Cloud Age is more my kind of game. Leonardo da Vinci or Mystic Vale? It's been a long, long time since I've played Leonardo da Vinci. I remember it fondly, but if I went back to it, it probably might have some issues. I'm not sure. I'm going to pick Leonardo da Vinci, even though I do like Mystic Vale. I remember Leonardo da Vinci being more of a Euro game. Out of these two, see, I enjoyed Noria. Noria came and went, but I actually enjoy it. This is making it look like I hate Mystic Vale, which I don't. Royal Palace or Pulsar 2849? Right, I've talked about Royal Palace in my last one, and I talked about Pulsar 2849 in my last one. These are both extremely good games, like 9.5 out of 10. I'm going to go with Pulsar. And Key Market is also exceptionally good, but I'm going to go with Royal Palace. Oh, this is a tricky one. Both British designers. Key Market or On the Underground. I think... Oh, which one would I prefer to play? I think I'd prefer to play Key Market. I do like On the Underground, but we're going with Key Market. Snowdonia or On the Underground, London, Berlin. I think we're going to go Snowdonia with this one. I need to play Snowdonia more. I've not played it much. But I do like On the Underground. No, we're going with Snowdonia. Formula D or On the Underground. This is easy. Formula D is one of those games which I'm never going to play again. And on the Underground is fantastic. Crisis or Formula D? Definitely Crisis. Definitely the Palaces of Carrara. No question about that. Roads and Boats, definitely. I can't see me ever playing Formula D again. I don't rate it as a game really at all now. Concordia or Gloomhaven? Oh. Now then. Controversial. I'm going to go with Concordia. As fantastic as Gloomhaven is, Concordia is almost perfect as a themeless, dry, mechanical Euro. We play Gloomhaven with a few house rules, a few tweaks to the rules. I don't play Concordia with any house rules because it's pretty much perfect. Gloomhaven or Heat pedal to the metal? Now, Heat is very, very good. And I've got recency bias towards Heat. But out of the two, it's got to be Gloomhaven. Venice or Heat? I mean, I enjoyed Venice, but nowhere near as much as Heat. Venice or Java? Now, Java's a very old school game, so this is probably going to be Venice. I mean, I enjoyed Venice. It's not one of my favourite games, but I enjoyed it. Java I've not played in like 10 or 15 years. I'm going to go Venice. I think Java has some AP issues. Gumshoe or Java? So, again, Gumshoe being on this list is throwing things a bit. Because it's a totally different style of game. But I'm actually going to go with Gumshoe for this one. Concept or Java? Concept is a lot of fun, but I'd prefer to play a Euro-style game. The Flow of History or Concept? See, as I mentioned in part 1, I went off the Flow of History quite a bit after about 6 or 7 plays. So I'm going to give this one to Concept. And Flow of History, I think, is in my to get rid of pile. The Reef or the Flow of History? Now, I talked a little bit about the Reef. 2-player game. Played it with Vicky quite a bit. But I don't think it's that good. From what I remember about it, I don't think it was that... Oh, this is a tricky one. I'm going to go with the Reef. Zapotec or Cloudspire? Cloudspire is my favourite, my number one game from 2019. But Zapotec is so nice and streamlined and short. And out of these two, this is a tricky one. I'm going to have to give it to Cloudspire, even though it's way more complicated. Il Principe or Zapotec? Now, I think I talked about Il Principe in my last video of being a very underrated... Well, it's quite an old game. But I remember it being extremely good with really clever card play. I have played Zapotec a couple of times. This one I'm going to give to Il Principe. Again, tricky for me to make this decision. Kokopelli or Zapotec? Now, this is interesting because Kokopelli is... I think I listed it in one of my favourite games of 2021. And I do enjoy it. But actually, I think Zapotec... Right now, Zapotec or Kokopelli? We're going with Zapotec. Rise of Empires or Kokopelli? We're going to go with Kokopelli because Rise of Empires, whilst it being a really good game, the rulebook was terrible and needed a load of FAQ. Cartographers or Rise of Empires? I liked Cartographers, but yeah, not as much as some people. So we're going to go Rise of Empires. Rise of Empires, I want to play this again. Very, very underrated Martin Wallace game, I think. Dominion or Cartographers? Oh, I mean, I have talked quite a bit about Dominion, and that's base game Dominion. Out of these two, I'm going to go Cartographers this time, but on a different day, I might choose another one. Now, these two are fantastic games. These two, Crown of Amara or Caylus 1303, are both 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10 games. And Caylus used to be, the original Caylus used to be my number one game of all time. This is a tricky one because Crown of Amara is very, very good. If you like light to medium Euro games that take about an hour and a half, Crown of Amara is fantastic. Caylus is also... I'm going to give this to Caylus. But this is a really close one. This one I'm going to give to Crown of Amara. I mean, I love Castles of Burgundy. I stand by what I say about it. It doesn't scale well. So, Crown of Amara wins. Aura et Labora definitely wins. Love the game. Love, love, love the game. Scout or Castles of Burgundy? Scout is great. But out of these two, Castles of Burgundy is definitely more my kind of game. Forge War is also more my kind of game. The problem with Forge War is it just takes too long. A game of Forge War is like 4 or 5 hours. And whilst it's good... Oh, I don't know. No, I'm going to go Forge War. It's more my kind of game. Watch or Scout? I played Watch a couple of times. It's okay. I think this time I'm going to go with Scout. City Builder, Ancient World or Watch? This is City Builder. Summit, the board game, or Watch? I've only played Summit twice and can't quite remember it. I'm going to go with Summit just because it's got various modes of play. Cooperative, competitive. I think there might be a solo game as well. I think. Right, Lancaster Big Box or Chocolate Factory? Both good games. I'm going to go Lancaster. Lancaster's got something special to it. I just really like the way it works. Chocolate Factory or Dungeon Pets? Ooh. Dungeon Pets is more complicated. Chocolate Factory is more strict. I love Dungeon Pets. And it's very, very clever. And it's genius in some of the ways that it works. Chocolate Factory I've not played in a while, but I remember... I think I'm going to go Dungeon Pets. This one I'm going to go Chocolate Factory. I do enjoy Cousins War, but I'm going to give this one to Chocolate Factory. The Crew or the Cousins War? Again, out of the two, we're going to go with the Crew. I think. Yes. This one, I'm going with Cousins War. Railway Rivals, a bit old school. But Railway Rivals with an average dice is really good. Well, obviously Railway Rivals, because Munchkin doesn't have a place in my collection anymore. I think that's another one that I sort of would remove it, but there's an emotional attachment to the game that I've talked about in other places. Intrigue or Munchkin is Intrigue. Lord of the Rings Nazgul, awful game. Doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Munchkin, awful game that I think is massively flawed. Out of these two, I don't know. I don't want either of these games in my collection. This is painful. I'm gonna have to choose Munchkin. First Class or Sidereal Confluence. These are both very good games, but I'm gonna go with First Class. Pathfinder Adventure Card Game or Sidereal Confluence. This is an interesting one. Which of these two would I prefer to play? I said I was going to just make snap decisions, didn't I? Not going to do it. I think, advance warning, we're not going to get this done tonight. There's probably going to be a part 3, just to let you know. And also, whilst I'm not keeping an eye on the chat too much, please use the chat. Please talk about what decisions you should make and everything else. Keep the chat going, because everybody else watching this is seeing the chat. I'm just not able to concentrate on the chat as well as watching this. So, Pathfinder Adventure Card Game or Sidereal Confluence. I so want to play Sidereal Confluence more than I do. But out of these two, I'm going to go Sidereal Confluence. Oh! Now, I've talked about the Pathfinder Adventure Card Game. And if you're a Patreon supporter, you got the bonus stream where I talked more about that game. Out of these two, I'm going to go with Pathfinder. As much as I like Warhammer Quest as a system, would I prefer to play that over Communai? I think I actually would. But this time I'm going to go with Communai. Twilight Imperium is not the kind of game for me anymore. Played it loads in the past. Cubitos or Twilight Imperium? Cubitos. Conan or Twilight Imperium 3rd edition. So my only actual play of Conan was with the original rule set that just did not work at all. I've never gone back to it since they've changed the rule set. Which of these would I prefer to play? I'm going to go with Conan for this one. Underwater Cities or Taj Mahal? Right, here we are again. Both of these games 9.5 out of 10 for me. Love Taj Mahal. Absolutely love it. One of Rani Knizi's best games in my opinion. Underwater Cities, I also love. I do not want to choose. I absolutely do not want to choose. This is one where I'm keen to see what the chat would think. But then again, nobody else is in this seat. Nobody else has the same... jeez. We need the dice. I said I was going to get a dice, didn't I? Okay, I'm going to go Underwater Cities. I've not played Taj Mahal in a while, and I think if I went back to it, it might not be quite as good as I remember. We're going with Underwater Cities. Out of these two, as much as I like Codenames, Taj Mahal has got one of the best bidding systems that I've ever seen. I love it. So Cerebri, I think, is a very good game. It just was too complex. They made it too heavy for what it could have been. Which of these two would I prefer to play? I'm going to go with the Codenames for this one. Honshu is really, really good. I'm going with Honshu. Cavum or Cerebria? I do like Cavum, but this time I'm going to go with Cerebria. Splendor or Cavum? We're going to go Cavum. Weather Machine or Splendor? Oh, wow. I'm going to go Weather Machine. Star Wars Destiny or Dimaka? That's Star Wars Destiny. Dimaka or The Magnificent? Definitely The Magnificent. Throne of Allegoria or Dimaka? Both games from Spielworks. I like Dimaka and I do want to play it again at some point, but it's too long. We're going to go Throne of Allegoria. World Without End or Dimaka? That's going to be World Without End. Zombie Dice is another one which is going to be leaving the collection after probably today. I just need to give that away to somebody because it's taking up space. Never going to get played again. So we're going Dimaka. Lords of Hellas or Zombie Dice? It's Lords of Hellas. High Treason, The Trial of Louis Riel. I played it once. I think I played it once. Yeah, I did play it once. Definitely that over Zombie Dice. Definitely Factory Fun over Zombie Dice. Definitely Detective over Zombie Dice. Has it got the message that Zombie Dice I don't like? Hopefully it's got that message now. Now, Newton or Come Together? Come Together played recently. Very, very, very good. But Newton is amazing. Come Together or War of the Ring the card game? I did enjoy War of the Ring the card game. Both of these are Essen releases, but we're going to go with Come Together. This one, I'm gonna... War of the Ring is very good, but it needs 4 players. And it's very, very clever in the way that it works. For Sale... For Sale is just brilliant. I'm going to give this one to For Sale. Shocking. This one's going to go to the War of the Ring, though. Olympos or Escape Tales? I'm going to go with Olympos. Again, another good game from 10, 15 years ago that I've not played. Quo Vadis or Escape Tales? We're going to go Escape Tales on this one. Again, the puzzles in Escape Tales are really good. Futuropia or Quo Vadis? Let's go Futuropia. Forum Trajanum or the Golden Ages? These are both great games. These are both very, very good games. I need the dice. I need the dice for this one. I've got 2 cards with me. I've got A1 and A2 from an escape room game. Okay, so I'm going to draw it, and it is number 2. Is that okay? Yeah, we're going with Golden Ages. Forum Trajanum or Tekkenu? I liked Tekkenu. I felt it was a little bit too complex. We're going to go with Forum Trajanum. Origins or Tekkenu? I think I preferred Tekkenu. Yeah, I think I prefer Tekkenu. Origins or Tainted Grail? I think we're going to give this to Origins. Pipeline or Tainted Grail? I think I mentioned the first one. I didn't quite get on with Pipeline. Go Tainted Grail. Pipeline or Championship Formula Racing? Probably Championship Formula Racing. Rialto or In the Shadow of the Emperor? I think I talked in part 1 about In the Shadow of the Emperor. It's been fantastic. I'm going to go with that over Rialto. La Isla or Rialto? Feld versus Feld. Let's go Rialto. Galaxy Trucker or La Isla? Let's go Galaxy Trucker. Oracle of Delphi or La Isla? We'll go La Isla with this one. Caelus Magna Carta or Oracle of Delphi? Maybe I need to go back to Oracle of Delphi. Caelus Magna Carta is actually really good. Let's go with that one. San Marco or Oracle of Delphi? San Marco is a really good game. Just play it with the average dice. So we're going to go Oracle of Delphi. Survive Space Attack. Not actually played. That shouldn't be on the list. Yeah, not played it. Did the rulebook for it. Not actually played it. That's weird. We're still getting new games come up. Star Trek Expeditions or San Marco? I think San Marco is probably more for me. This one, Dragon Strike. Dragon Strike again should not really be in my collection. I got it when I was a kid and it's in the attic. I'm never ever going to play it again. If anybody wants it, let me know. Star Trek Expeditions it is. Oh, 2 Civilization games against each other. This isn't a contest at all. Through the Ages wins every time. Pillars of the Earth or Sid Meier's Civilization? This is going to be Pillars of the Earth. Again, as I mentioned in part 1, with the house rule. House rule makes it a 9.5 out of 10 game. The King is Dead or Sid Meier's Civilization, the board game. So out of these 2, King is Dead is a lot shorter and a lot simpler. But as far as a game that I prefer to play, we're going with Sid Meier's Civilization. Same again, we're going with Major Wars Academy. Same again with Sierra West. More of a Euro game. Out of these 2, I'm going to go Clans. But out of these 2, I'm going to go King is Dead. This one I'm going to go with the Phantom, the card game. Oh, now. This is another painful choice. This is going to be the same painful choice that I get when it says Gloomhaven or So Clover. Le Havre is one of my favourite Uwe Rosenberg games. I say one of my favourite. There's probably 3 or 4 other ones above that, but Le Havre is a very, very good game. And then there's So Clover. The problem with Le Havre is it can be a bit too long. And if you play the short game, it isn't as interesting because you've got less to do. But So Clover is just amazing. It's really difficult. I'm going to go with Le Havre. Yeah, I'm going to go with Le Havre for reasons that I can't fully explain. This one I'm going with So Clover. This one I'm going Codenames Pictures. This one, I do like the Catan card game. I have played it a lot, but I'm going to go, I think, with Race for the Galaxy for this one. I think I am. Yeah. But this one I'm going to go with Catan the card game. I need to play Suspects more. We've played once and it was... Yeah, there was something about it that wasn't quite right. Whereas Metropolis is really simple and really clever. We'll go with Metropolis this time. Tomorrow I might choose a different one. These are both 9 out of 10 games. We're going to go with Carnegie. Navigador is fantastic, but I do think the no boat strategy is a bit weird. And I actually really like Merlin. Out of these two, I think I'd prefer to play Merlin. So we're going with Merlin. Oh, right. 2 Mac Gerdts Rondel games, Hamburgum or Navigador. And I've been saying for ages how Navigador is one of the better Mac Gerdts games. But Hamburgum is also really, really good. Out of these two, I think I'd prefer to play Hamburgum. Kahuna is fantastic. And I love it, but Navigador is more for me. Out of these two, oh, this is a tricky one because I talked in part 1 about how Kahuna was like a 9.5, 10 out of game. It's brilliant. It's very, very clever, but it's only 2-player. Copenhagen is very good. It's a light family weight game that takes about 5 minutes to explain and 30 minutes to play. I'm going to go Kahuna. Space Base or Copenhagen. I mean, I like Space Base. Let's go Space Base. Lotterins Varnak or Peace Rodin. Now, for those people that know me, again, these 2 games are both 9.5 out of 10 for me. Which one of these would I prefer to play? Right now, if you gave me a choice, I could play either of these. Peace Rodin. This one would be Lotterins Varnak, though. This one would actually be Coimbra. Not played Coimbra for a while, but yeah. Homesteaders or Tindaya. I do like Tindaya. I need to go back to it and play it a bit more. I find that for my plays, which is only about 3, the gods can have a bit of a random shake-up of the game and change the board state quite a bit. I need to play it more. I'm going to go Homesteaders. This one I'm going to go Tindaya, though. I've sort of gone off Lost Cities a bit over the years. Yeah, we're going to go Terracotta Army. Power Grid Factory Manager. Probably never going to play it again. It's been moved into the attic. But that or Lost Cities, actually, I think I would prefer to play Factory Manager than Lost Cities. But out of these 2, Diesel Demolition Derby didn't click for me. So we'll go Lost Cities. I talked about Wildlands. I talked about, in part 1, about how I believe that the core game of Wildlands is absolutely flawed and does not work. But if you include the expansions and the solo mode and the team-based mode, it's massively fantastic. It's a lot of fun and it works really well. So I'm going with Wildlands on the caveat that, not the base game. Tempest or Caverna? Yeah, Tempest is good, but Caverna is amazing. Imperial or Tempest? For me, from memory, and it's been a long time since I've played Tempest, but I'm going to go with Tempest. Kingdom Rush Rift in Time or Imperial? Again, I'm going to go Kingdom Rush. Castle for All Seasons or Imperial? Actually, Castle for All Seasons is more my kind of game. Imperial or Magnum Sal? This one's going to be Magnum Sal. I think, or is it going to be Imperial? Magnum Sal, it's so long. I can't remember Magnum Sal. We're going with Imperial. Hansa or Magnum Sal? We'll go Magnum Sal. Descent or Hansa? I don't want to play Descent again. Not that version anyway. So we're going to go Hansa. Ys or Descent Journeys in Dark? We'll go Ys. Tapestry or Amun-Re? Now, as much as I like Tapestry, and I really do like Tapestry, and I know I'm in the minority on that, Amun-Re, I've got the original version. It's like Taj Mahal in that it's another Reiner Knizia absolutely fantastic game. So, sorry Tapestry, I love you, but Amun-Re's winning this one. Madeira or Tapestry? For me, Madeira. One of my favourite games, I love it. This is going to be Tapestry. Sorry, James. But yeah, Tapestry wins that one. This is also going to be Revive, which I'm going to be playing again this coming Friday. Heads up, there's going to be another live stream on my channel of Revive this coming Friday. The Ming Voyages or Magnate the First City. Ming Voyages is a very, very good 2-player game. I do want to play Magnate more, but Ming Voyages is very good. Small City or Magnate. Both city building games. I'm going to go with Magnate on this one because Small City is broken and needs fixes. But I would prefer to play it over Fast Forward Fleet. Oh! I didn't get on with Sense of Ghosts. It relies on memory. And my memory is... I can't remember. So yeah, we're going to go with Fast Forward. That was a joke there, by the way. As I say, I'm tired, so expect some bad jokes tonight. Sense of Ghosts or Dobble. Spotter is another name for Dobble. Neither. I mean, Dobble is in there, but it's a kid's game. It's a kid's game. But Sense of Ghosts relies on memory. And my memory is absolutely terrible. I can't actually play Sense of Ghosts. So it's going to have to be Dobble. War Chest or Merv Heart of the Silk Road. Both of these are very, very, very good games. But I'm going to give this to War Chest. War Chest is something special. Pictomania or Merv. I like Pictomania, but it's not as good as Merv. Book of Rituals or Pictomania. Book of Rituals is a puzzle game that I haven't really played. I'm going to remove Book of Rituals. I've got it. I've done the demo, but I've not actually played any of the ones from the book. If anybody has, please let me know. You know, if you played it and you're on the Slack channel, let me know. Let me know what you think of it. What were the puzzles like? I've not got round to actually playing it. So I'm going to remove that one. Welcome to Dino World or Pictomania. I bounced off Welcome to Dino World a bit. I felt it was just, yeah, a bit fiddly and a bit too much for a roll and write. So we're going with Pictomania. This time we're going to go Tashkalar. Wibble++ or Welcome to Dino World. To be honest, Wibble++, there's lots of games in that little box and some of them are really good. So we'll go with that one. Axis and Allies versus Welcome to Dino World. I mean, the game that's more suited to me, despite the fact that it takes 10 to 12 hours to play and has got lots and lots of dice rolls in it, is Axis and Allies. I mean, I'm never going to play either of these games again for different reasons. But I'm going to give this one to Welcome to Dino World, I think. As much as I bounced off it a bit. Oh, and here we go. 2 old school games, both of which I think are flawed and no longer work. But I have more of a problem with Outpost. So I'm going to go with Axis and Allies. Gentis or Bruges, both very, very, very good games, but I'm going to go with Gentis. Bruges or Maharaja. I need to play Maharaja again. I'm going to go Maharaja. Yeah, I'm going to go Maharaja with that one. Mini Rails or Bruges. I like Mini Rails. Very, very good. But Bruges is more my kind of game. As is Mexica. As is League of Six. Underrated Vladimir Suhi game. Canterbury I've still got in the garage. If anybody wants to buy my copy of Canterbury, because I actually bought that copy of Canterbury from Essen the year it came out, played it a few times, and eventually sort of went off it. Oops, just spilled water everywhere. Let's go with Mini Rails. Between Two Cities or Canterbury? I think I'm going to pick, for this one, I think I'm going to pick Between Two Cities. But this one I'm actually going to pick Canterbury. Sorry, Vittel, if you're watching. But yeah, I didn't quite get Mercado de Lisboa. I sort of saw what it was trying to do, but yeah. Let's go Canterbury. Luna or Bitoku? I love Luna. I think Luna's a 9 out of 10 game, but Bitoku is my joint favourite game of 2021. Spoilers, if you haven't seen my top 10 games of 2021, please go and watch it and give me a thumbs up. I'm running a contest. You can win a copy of Bitoku. It's on the channel now. Top 10 games of 2021. And Bitoku might be on the list. So I'm going to choose that one. Jorvik or Luna? This is Jorvik. Sorry, Luna. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective or Jorvik? And this is all of the Sherlock Holmes games together. Not just the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games together. Not just that one. But I'm going to go with that one. Under Falling Skies or Jorvik? Under Falling Skies is my favourite solo game. #1 solo game of all time, Under Falling Skies. It's brilliant. I'm picking that one. Herbaceous or Jorvik? To be honest, probably Jorvik. This one's probably Herbaceous. Out of these two, these are both old school. And to be honest, I can't even remember Magna Graecia that much. But Torres is not my kind of game. I mean, I'm glad I went back to it and played it after having it for 15 years and never playing it. But it's not my kind of game. In fact, I don't even know what I've done with it. I've probably moved it into the attic. So for that reason alone, I'm going to go Magna Graecia, even though I don't actually remember very much about Magna Graecia. Import-export is odd. I kind of want to like it, and I kind of see what it's trying to do, and I'm actually going to choose that one over Torres. Ikusuka we've worked out was Samurai Swords, haven't we? That's the new name for Samurai Swords or Shogun. But to be honest, that's in the category of Axis and Allies, so we're going to pick Torres over that one. Attica or that's Traders of Genoa. I have that version of, but Attica wins for me. Traders of Genoa is probably an 8.5 out of 10. Attica is probably a 9.5 out of 10. If you haven't played Attica, it is brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Out of these two, love both of these games. Gonna go Genoa. Age of Industry or Endless Winter? Interesting. I know most people would pick Endless Winter. I mean, Endless Winter, one of the games that's come out recently that's all, you know, big, popular, looks amazing, got a fantastic rule book. Which game would I prefer to play? I would prefer to play Endless Winter, even if I end up tweaking the rules slightly so that you can't achieve everything by the end of the game. Yeah, I mean, I do like Age of Industry, but I'm going to go Endless Winter with this one. This one, though, I remember Augsburg being good, but I'm going to pick Age of Industry. This one I'm going to go Escape Plan, I think. Yep. This one I'm going to go Augsburg. Out of these two... Oh, it's tricky because Mayscape is just a solo game where you draw things on a path. I think I'd pick Fortress. Trajan or Marvel Champions the card game. Now, Trajan, my former #1 Stefan Feld game, I rate it 9.5 out of 10. It's great at all player counts. It's absolutely fantastic. But given the choice right now, I would play Marvel Champions. Oh. This is painful. This is painful. Right. I'm going to upset a lot of people here, and I'm going to go with Trajan. Even though Frostpunk is very likely my #1 game of 2022. And I absolutely love it, and I think it's fantastic. And I want to be playing it. I want to take a month off work and just play Frostpunk, because it's amazing. But I'm actually going to pick Trajan. But I'm going to pick Frostpunk for this one. This one I'm going to pick Alubari. Roll for the Galaxy is nice, but ultimately there's lots of dice rolling. I'm still upset on my previous choice. I'm not going to sleep tonight, am I? Winter Kingdom or Roll for the Galaxy, and it has saved my progress list. Excellent. I'm going to go Roll for the Galaxy on this one. This one I'm going to go Winter Kingdom, though. I think. Am I going to go Winter Kingdom? Winter Kingdom is Kingdom Builder, but with a few extra knobs on. And some of those extra knobs worked really well, but I think it went a bit too far. Whereas Seven Wonders, there's something still nice about Seven Wonders. So I'm going to go Seven Wonders, actually. Industrial Waste or Kingdom Builder? Industrial Waste is actually a really good game. It's quite old school, but I remember it being really good. And I've still got a copy. I've got the German copy, which is Müll und Money, and it's in the attic. Would I prefer to play that or Winter Kingdom? Oh, both of them. I like both of these games. I'm actually going to go with Industrial Waste for this one. That's the Tigris and Euphrates card game, which is good, but I'm going to pick Winter Kingdom. Frosthaven or Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition. Okay, this isn't even a contest, and that's not to say that I don't like Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition. But given the choice, Frosthaven every day. But this time, Terraforming Mars card game wins it. Mesopotamia or Yokohama Duel? I've not played Mesopotamia in like 15 years. I'm struggling to remember even anything about these games, even though it's got little bits of stone that you put on top of these cylinders and you move them about. That's all I remember about Mesopotamia. But it was a good, solid Euro game. Yokohama Duel is really good, but it's only for 2 players. I remember Mesopotamia being really good, but Yokohama Duel is also really good. Let's go with Yokohama. Splendor Duel or Mesopotamia? We'll go Splendor Duel. This time, sorry, Tony, but I'm more for the multiplayer Euro games rather than the solo card games. And Aleph Null is good, but I think more my style of game is Mesopotamia. But this time, this is going to be Aleph Null. Yeah, I want to play Aleph Null more because there's a good puzzle there to try and solve. Take 5 or Proteus? Yeah, we're going to go with Proteus, I think. Yeah, Take 5 probably should not be in my collection anymore. So we're going to pick Word Slam as well. Oh, okay, we talked about Alchemist in part 1, that I can't play it. So this is going to have to be Take 5. Alchemist is by far the better game. Way, way, way by far the better game. But in order to play it well, you need to be comfortable making decisions without perfect information. Right, Alchemist is by far the better game, and Take 5 shouldn't be in my collection, but I'm going to pick it. Euthea or Teletum? Now, I'm going to go with Euthea for this one. Teletum I like. I just wish Euthea was shorter. I really, really wish. Yeah, Take 5 is Hornoshan. Exactly right. 6 Nimmt is known as something else. But Take 5 is known as Hornoshan. I've got both of them. Amiitis or Teletum? We're going to go Teletum. Amiitis or Tiny Towns? Amiitis is really good. Really, really good, solid Euro game. So that wins it over Tiny Towns for me. But Tiny Towns probably wins it over Tybor the Builder. I mean, Tybor the Builder is really good. But no, we'll go with Tiny Towns. Signorie or Tybor the Builder? Signorie is good. Yeah, we're going to pick that one. Tybor the Builder over Android. We'll go Tybor the Builder because Android doesn't work. We're going to have to pick Bonanza. Even though if Android just had another year or 2 of development with some different people involved, it could have been amazing. And there were some amazing bits about it. But Bonanza's very clever. We'll go Bonanza. Pocket Mars, I didn't get on with. And I really wanted to like Pocket Mars. But out of these 2, we'll go Android, even though it's completely flawed and unplayable. We talked about Hacker in the late night Patreon stream the other night. So, yeah, this time we are going to go Pocket Mars. Endeavour or ISS Vanguard? Now then. Again, 2 very, very good games. Endeavour is an absolutely solid Euro game. Brilliant. Doesn't scale well, though. The original version, anyway. But ISS Vanguard is something very special. So it's going to go to ISS Vanguard. Endeavour or Baseball Highlights? This is going to be Endeavour. But it's a real shame that Endeavour didn't scale well. I don't know if the new version, the 2nd edition, the one with the U-shaped player boards, because they warped so badly. I don't know what they did to the rules to get it to scale with fewer players, because Endeavour takes up to 5, but the original game with 2 or 3 just didn't work at all. But yeah, we're going to pick Endeavour over Baseball Highlights. We're also going to pick Viscounts of the West Kingdom over Baseball Highlights. But out of these 2, I think I'd actually pick Troya's Dice. Troya's Dice is very good. Yeah, again, Awful Green Things from Outer Space. Okay, it's going to stay in the collection, but it's never going to get played again. We're going to pick Baseball Highlights. Oh, now this is an interesting one, because I bounced off Inhabit the Earth. I just did not like the game. Sorry, Mr. Breeze, but I didn't get on with that one. Whereas Awful Green Things from Outer Space is just fun and silly and nonsense and totally and utterly random. Inhabit the Earth isn't completely random. It's a good designed game. I just bounced off it. I'm actually going to pick Awful Green Things. For different reasons. Whereas Talisman, no. And in fact, I've had one. If nobody can come up with any better ideas for what to do when I get to 900 Patreon supporters, doing a live stream on a Saturday of me playing Talisman was my idea. Now, I would need to find somebody who owned Talisman and get them to bring it round and play it and do it as a live stream. But that was my idea because I have a personal connection with Talisman that, you know, 37 years, about 40 years ago, 39, 40 years ago, on Saturday afternoons, all my friends would come round and we would play Talisman all day. And I thought, maybe it's time to do that again. But anyway, this time Inhabit the Earth. I said I wasn't going to chat much. I bounced off microfilms really hard. But I think there's a good game in there. But out of these two, this is painful. A game that I said I'd never play again, and a game that just absolutely flopped for us. I can't see me ever wanting. I mean, Talisman is just, we're going to have to go with microfilms. I'm just going to assume that microfilms is a good game somewhere in there. But out of these two, Xbugs, we didn't talk about this in the Patreon stream the other night, but I think I did. Xbugs is the game that maybe I talked about it in part 1. That's the game that I was demoing for Steve Jackson Games when I met Vicky. It's just a flicky game with things with silly powers. Neither of them. I'm going to go random on this one because I don't want to play either of these games ever again. Have I forgotten the D6? I have, but I've got 2 cards. And the card says number 2. So we're going with Xbugs. Rococo or Aeon's End. These are both very, very good games. Both of these games are probably at least 9 out of 10 for me. But I'm actually going to go Rococo. It's more of a Euro game, and I love Aeon's End. But it does have that bit of randomness of the order of the cards. Whereas Rococo is just absolutely solid Euro. Really, really well designed. We're going to go Rococo. Magnastorm is good. I rate Magnastorm. Just higher. Not more higher. Higher than most other people. That's what I meant to say. But out of the two, I'm going to go with Aeon's End. Out of these two, as much as I liked Pavlov's House, it is just a solo game, and it does have lots of dice rolling. So we're going to go Magnastorm. Out of these two, probably going to go Burn Cycle. Out of these two, going to go Agricola. Out of these two, going to go Pavlov's House. Town Centre or Liege? Liege should probably be removed from the collection. I don't really remember what it is. I played it once in 2006. I think it's just like a little squares with knights on. Can't remember. Town Centre's good. I like Town Centre. Out of these two, pick Anno 1503. Masters of Renaissance, Lorenzo Il Magnifico, the card game, or Barrage. Both from Cranio Creations. I like both of them, but Barrage wins it. Out of these two, Super Skill Pinball wins it. Out of these two, I liked Splendor Marvel, but I think I like Masters of Renaissance more. Yeah, I did. Mercator, we talked about in the Patreon only stream the other day. If you are one of my recent Patreon supporters, and I have to say a big thank you to everybody who's joined me during the last time that I did one of these streams and since then. But what I did after part 1, I did an extra bonus 2-hour live stream where I talked about some of my trip down memory lane, some of my personal stories associated with some of the games that we talked about. If you are a Patreon supporter and you're a recent Patreon supporter, you can go back and you can watch that. Just go onto the Patreon page and you'll see a link to it. It took place a few days ago, but you can watch it back if you're interested in that sort of thing. I'm going to pick Mercator over Splendor Marvel. I'm also going to pick Ragusa over Splendor Marvel. I think. Yes. But I'm going to pick Splendor Marvel over Age of Exploration. We talked about Age of Exploration as well in the live stream. Oh, it's got to be Patchwork. Okay. I think this time I'm going to pick Age of Exploration, if I can get it to work. Oh, now then. Well, this, for those people that have watched my recent top 10 video, my top 10 games of 2021, you will know the answer to this already, because both of these games are on that list, but one of them is higher than another, and that is Imperial Steam. And you can win a copy of Imperial Steam. Again, just look for my video. I released it on New Year's Eve. It is called the Top 10 Best Board Games of 2021, and I'm running a contest. All you need to do is leave me a comment on the video, and you can win either a copy of Bitoku or a copy of Imperial Steam. So yeah, go watch the video, see what my top 10 games were, and yeah, leave me a comment. So we're going with Imperial Steam. Stouffer Dynasty is fantastic. Really, really good. And again, if we're talking about games which a lot of people have never heard of, Stouffer Dynasty came and went, and almost nobody talked about it, and it was really, really good. Boon Lake, I think, is fantastic as well. I'm going to go Boon Lake this time, but Stouffer Dynasty, I need to play again. It is such a good game. How many people watching this chat, either live or afterwards, leave me a comment if you're watching it afterwards, have heard of Stouffer Dynasty and played it? And do you agree that it is a really, really good game? Out of these two, Third on Taxes, I've played loads, but Stouffer Dynasty is just extremely good. Better game than Third on Taxes for me. Out of these two, I love Heroes of Terranoth. And whilst Third on Taxes is good and a former Spiel des Jahres as winner, I'm going to go Heroes of Terranoth. Fayum or Third on Taxes? Now, Fayum, I like Fayum and I want to play it more, but I think Third on Taxes is probably the better game. Merchants of Venus, has that come up yet? I don't remember that coming up in part 1. That's a game which I also have a very strong personal connection to and have got stories to tell about that. But we're going to go Fayum for this one. But this one, Andromeda, was... I don't even know where Andromeda is. That can probably leave the collection. After next week, that's probably going to go. Yeah, we're going to get rid of Andromeda. I don't even know if I've still got it. Merchants of Venus wins this one. Verdoran Gardens wins this one. Dungeons and Dragons Rock Paper Wizard was a bit of a silly game that me, Nick, and Gemma played a few weeks ago. And for me, it didn't quite work because it's not my kind of game. It's a bit silly. So we're going to actually go with Andromeda. It's a very old school Euro game that's probably by modern standards unplayable, but I'm going to pick Andromeda. Assyria or Letter Jam. Now, these are both fantastic games. These are both 9.5 out of 10 games. And Letter Jam is amazing, and I absolutely love it. But Assyria is more Euro game and therefore more my style. But that's a hard choice. This one is tricky because I've only played Lacrimosa once. And Letter Jam I've played 50 times and demoed it 200 times. I'm going to have to give this one to Letter Jam only because I haven't played Lacrimosa enough. And Lacrimosa might be my favourite game of 2022. I don't know yet. I need to play it a bit more. It's certainly in my top 10, I think. But we're going to go Letter Jam for this one. This one we are going to go Lacrimosa. I do like Mini Express, but Lacrimosa definitely wins it. A Mull or Mini Express? To be honest, my memory of a Mull is really, really good. So we're gonna go with a Mull. I think it is massively underrated. Is a Mull. If you're looking for a game a little bit like Seven Wonders, in that it scales really well for 3 to 7 players, and you add certain cards depending on the player count, a Mull is really, really good. Yeah, I think it's a better version of Seven Wonders, and nobody's heard of it. Istanbul or Mini Express? Probably. Oh, I mean, both of these games are sort of 7 out of 10 for me. Maybe 7.5. I think I'm going to go Istanbul this time. But this time I'm going to go Mini Express. Paranormal Detectives was actually a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. And I kind of just don't get Stephenson's Rocket. So we'll go Paranormal Detectives. I'm going to go Among the Stars. Yeah, I'm going to go with the adventure game for this one. Helvetia or Marrakesh? Helvetia is very good, but it's not Marrakesh, so definitely Marrakesh. Aquasphere or Helvetia? Definitely Aquasphere. Keyforge or Helvetia? Nah, it's a tricky one. I think I'm going to go Keyforge. This time we're going to go Helvetia. Definitely Paladins of the West Kingdom. Definitely Project L. Furibend or Inner Bind? I mean, Inner Bind, to be honest, is not my kind of game. You balance cards on yourself and move around a bit. Zhanguo or Macau? Now, Macau has been replaced by Amsterdam, but we've decided to keep both games in the list. Rightly or wrongly, we've kept both games in the list, and I wasn't sure what to do. And I do like Macau, but I also think Zhanguo is an extremely good game. This is tricky. I'm going to go with Zhanguo for this one. I liked Tabanusi. I did like it, but I'm going to pick Macau. Elysium or Tabanusi? Ooh, tricky one. Both of these games are kind of 8 out of 10 for me. Let's go Elysium. That's Tabanusi, definitely. I talked about Lord of the Rings, the card game, in part 1. And I could do an entire 30-minute podcast about Lord of the Rings, the card game. But ultimately, I think with some tweaks, I think Lord of the Rings, the card game definitely needs some house rules. But I think I'd prefer to play that over Frontier Wars. But I would prefer to play Frontier Wars over March of Progress. And I think I'd prefer to play March of Progress over Watson and Holmes. Although, I'm not sure. No, I wasn't that keen on March of Progress. Sorry, Alan. But I definitely prefer to play it over Shattered States. We've got Shattered States. It's in the attic. It's never going to get played again. If anybody wants a copy of Shattered States, let me know. Oh, right. I quit. Both of these games I think I rate on BGG as 2 out of 10. Shattered States, I bought it in the 80s. I remember playing it and liking it, but it's very old school. Whereas Flux, draw a card, play a card, random stuff happens. You might as well roll the dice at the start of Flux to see who wins. So on that grounds, I'm going to go with Shattered States. A 2 is generous. Yeah. Android Netrunner, a truly amazing game, or Maracaibo, a work of genius and one of my favourite games of all time. This is a tricky one, but I'm going to give it to Maracaibo. I mean, if we include the expansion for Maracaibo, you've got cooperative mode, you've got solo mode, you've got everything in Maracaibo. It is brilliant, and the app is very good. If you're looking for good digital implementations of apps, the Maracaibo one is good. Android Netrunner over Welcome to Centerville. I do want to play Welcome to Centerville again. I remember enjoying it. I remember thinking it was very good as a city builder game. But I'm going to go with Android Netrunner. Vinhos Deluxe or Welcome to Centerville? This is going to be Vinhos Deluxe. Nothing against Welcome to Centerville. But actually, I'm going to pick Welcome to Centerville in this one. Three Kingdoms Redux is really good, but it's only 3 players and takes about 4 hours. It's a very, very good game. But I'm going to pick Welcome to Centerville. I'm also going to pick Atua over Three Kingdoms Redux. But I am going to pick Three Kingdoms Redux over Sherlock 13. Sherlock 13 I've played a couple of times, and it just, yeah, bounced off it a bit. Macro wins this one. Judge Dredd Helter Skelter is similar to Wildlands and therefore has the same flaw. However, there is a solo mode, I think, if you buy the Dark Judges expansion, which I think I have. So this is tricky. Played Sherlock 13 twice, and it was quick and it was simple, but it just didn't quite work for us as a game. Whereas Judge Dredd, I think, contains an absolutely flawed mechanism that means the game doesn't work, but can be fixed with the solo mode. We'll go with Judge Dredd. That was a difficult choice. Keyflower or Anachrony? Now, Keyflower, one of the best games ever designed, but for me, I prefer Anachrony. Absolutely. Keyflower or Symphony Number 9? Symphony Number 9, I think, is underrated. This is a game for Mo Ideas, and they generally do really good games. Symphony Number 9 was one of them. But out of the two, I would play Keyflower, I think. Although Keyflower with 6 can be crazy because you can't see what's going on. Hermagor or Symphony Number 9? Gonna pick Hermagor. Ra or Symphony Number 9? Out of the two, even though I've played Ra 100 times and I like it, I think Symphony Number 9 is a better game. But out of these two, Jetpack Joyride is fun, but I'd pick Ra. Out of these two, I would pick Arctic Scavengers, but as I mentioned in part 1, those random cards that you get in the middle, some of them are massively overpowered and some of them are weak. There's a balance issue with that. Oh, here we go. Next one. I mean, these two games, again, we're talking 9.5 out of 10 for both of these games. My 9 out of 10 is Ark Nova. My 9.5 out of 10 is Star Wars Outer Rim. Sue me. We're going with Star Wars Outer Rim. Love it. Absolutely love it as a game. Right. Okay, so Unlock Game Adventures. That is the whole Unlock series. Would I prefer to play an Unlock scenario, or would I prefer to play a game of Ark Nova? I absolutely love the Unlock scenarios, and I'm part of the testing team for them. So I do all of the editing of all of the English text for the Unlock series. I didn't do it at the start, in case you buy one of the earlier ones and think that the text is awful. But certainly for the last 4 years, me, Vicky, and Rick, we're the testers and the editors for the English version of Unlock, and I love them. But I'm going to pick Ark Nova. This one I'm going to pick Unlock. Definitely prefer doing an Unlock to Space Race. Hamlet or Space Race? I did like Space Race, but I found that I needed to know the cards a bit better. So we're going to pick Hamlet. Flotilla or Space Race? Flotilla, I talked about this in part 1. Very odd game. If you get a chance to try it, try it. It is very unusual and there isn't anything like it. I'm actually going to pick Flotilla over Space Race. Vindication or Mage Knight Ultimate Edition? I do like Vindication, right? I think Vindication is a fantastic game. But it's Mage Knight. Mage Knight is my #1 game of all time. So it's got to be Mage Knight, surely. I mean, yeah, Vindication is very good, but it's not Mage Knight. A Vindication or My Abbey? This is going to go to Vindication. My Abbey is a fantastic game. Really, really good game. But given the choice... No, hang on a minute. Vindication is lovely. And I got it here, there. And I want to play it again. It's really good. But there's a couple of weird bits about it. The end game scoring things when they come out, and it can be a bit swingy. So actually, I'm going to pick My Abbey. I'm going to go with, against my gut feeling, and I've thought about it a bit more, I'm going to pick My Abbey. Vindication or Australia? Oh, there's pros and cons to both of these, because Australia is just diabolically weird, but I enjoy it for some reason. I'm going to pick Vindication this time. Alhambra or Australia? I played Alhambra when it came out dozens of times. Dozens and dozens of times. And I remember playing it online. When it became available, I played it online probably about 100 times. I really like Alhambra. And I think I've got like 8 of the expansions for it. There was loads and loads of little mini expansions that came out for it. Which one of them would I prefer to play? I mean, Alhambra is a solid game. Really, really solid. I think I'm going to go with Alhambra, even though I've not played it in such a long time. Yeah. Australia is a lot of fun. I do enjoy it. But I think given the choice, thinking about Alhambra, yeah. This time we're definitely going to go Australia. That's not even a contest. This is also not a contest. This is a weird matchup. Assembly or Brass Lancashire. Definitely Brass Lancashire. Merchants of the Middle Ages or Assembly. This is also going to be Merchants of the Middle Ages. A game I've not played in probably 15, 20 years. But it's good. Tikal or Alien Frontiers. This is actually going to be Alien Frontiers. Just. Although Tikal holds a special place in my heart. Tikal or 504? Yeah. Well, which game of 504? 123 or 714? Who knows? Tikal or 504? 504 was a work of genius. It was a work of art. But I think Tikal. Seventh Continent or 504? I think Seventh Continent has problems. And it's got a push or look mechanism, which I absolutely hate in games. Okay, so I'm going to pick 504 over Seventh Continent. As I say, I can talk about Seventh Continent a lot more. I mean, I've done a review of it, but I've had extra thoughts since then. And you might think I'm being crazy, but there are some games of 504 that actually work really well. So we're going to go 504. Blockmania, Random Old Nonsense, or Seventh Continent. This is going to be Seventh Continent. El Caballero or Blockmania? Let's pick El Caballero. Not played it in a long time. Resistance or Blockmania? Now, I can't play the Resistance anymore. The accusations and the atmosphere and the bluffing just triggers a lot of my issues. So I can't really play Resistance anymore. So we're going Blockmania. Now, Blockmania is a game that I would like to play on the channel just for old time's sake. Transatlantic, absolutely flawed game. I probably shouldn't have that in there anymore because I've got Crossing Oceans in the list. I think I've got Crossing Oceans in the list. Can somebody remind me on Slack later tonight that I need to check my collection on BGG to make sure that Crossing Oceans is in there? But Transatlantic, I think, probably should be removed because Crossing Oceans is in there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's remove it. Right, two games that I love. Arkham Horror the card game, Teotihuacan City of the Gods. Love both of these games. They're both 9 out of 10. I'm going to go Arkham Horror. It's a very different style of games. If this was 2 Euro games, Teotihuacan would probably win it. But Arkham Horror is very special. Princess of Florence or Teotihuacan. As much as I love Princess of Florence, and I had a story about that I did in the Patreon only stream the other night, I'm going to go Teotihuacan. Puerto Rico or Princess of Florence? Oh, old school Euros. Old school Euros. I'm going to go Princess of Florence. I do prefer Princess of Florence to Puerto Rico. Ride the Rails or Puerto Rico? I'm actually going to pick Ride the Rails. I mean, I do love Puerto Rico, and I've played it 350 times. But I think Ride the Rails... I think, given the choice right now, I'd prefer to play Ride the Rails. I'd also prefer to play Bonfire. I like Bonfire a lot. Out of these two, though, So You've Been Eaten is very good. If you're looking for a 0 to 2 player game, it's come out recently. It's really clever. It's really good. It works really well. But out of the two, Puerto Rico is more my kind of game. Out of these two... This is a tricky one. Trails of Tucana, 30-minute roll and write game, or flip and write. Pretty simple. I'm actually going to go So You've Been Eaten this time. Ashes, Rise of the Phoenix Born, or Black Angel. I like both of these games, but Ashes is my favourite 2-player dueling card game. Now, this is an interesting one. I'm actually going to go Battle Law. Even though it's lots and lots of dice rolling. I think, given that, yeah, I like Black Angel, but I'm going to go Battle Law. Mainly because I want to play it more, because I've painted all the miniatures. Blue Moon City is very good, but I'm going to pick Black Angel. Out of these two, I'm going to pick Messina. Out of these two, I'm going to pick Blue Moon City. Out of these two, I'm going to pick Trans Europa. This is actually probably going to be 20th Century. Or is it? 20th Century is another Vladimir Suchy game. Vladimir Suchy is now really popular because of all his recent games. Underwater Cities, Prague Redney, Messina, Woodcraft. But his older games, League of Six, 20th Century, forget Last Will and Prodigal's Club, 20th Century and League of Six are his older games that are just fantastic. And 20th Century is very, very good. Battlestar Galactica is something special, though. I'm actually going to go Battlestar Galactica. Edelstein and Reich, very good game. Let's pick 20th Century. Let's pick North American Railways. Let's pick, again, just because Lux Eterna is a solo card game, Edelstein and Reich is really good. So we're going to pick that one. Acquire or Lux Eterna? Given the choice, actually, yeah, sorry, Tony, but we're going to go with Acquire. Ostia was good, but yeah, we're going to pick Lux Eterna this time. But I would prefer to play Ostia over Fast Forward. Oh, Fast Forward Fear or Fast Forward Fortune. We're actually going to remove Fast Forward Fear. I remembered after doing this last time, I've not actually played that one. That's the only one of the four that I haven't played, so that's been removed. Legacy, Testament of Duke de Cressy, very, very good game. With, surprisingly for Portal Games, a very good rulebook. But Perseverance, Castaway Chronicles, love it. So it's going to be the dinosaur one. Kingdom Builder or Legacy? I do like Legacy. Oh, I do like it, but we're going to go Kingdom Builder. I like that more. I think I also like Starship Captains more. I mean, I've only played Starship Captains once. So this is a tricky one. Legacy I've played probably 3 or 4 times and really like it. Not played it in a long time. Starship Captains I've only played once and I've played it recently. There was some of Starship Captains that worked really well and there was some of it that was a bit boring old Euro type thing. Legacy was a bit special in the way that it did some things a bit different. This is a tricky one. I might have to go to the cards. Let's go random and see what the randomness tells me. And the randomness tells me to pick the first one. Am I happy with that? Sure. Okay. This time I'm going to go Starship Captains. I mean, this is a tricky one because Adventure Games Monochrome Inc. is a play once. Choose your own adventure. Not choose your own, yeah, point and click style card game. Whereas Trains is, you know, play it many, many times. I think I'm actually going to go... No, Trains has a problem. Trains is broken. Without a fix to the rules for the skyscrapers, Trains is actually a bit of a broken game. It's easily fixed. But it is broken. With those tweaks, did I enjoy my play of Monochrome Inc. more than I enjoyed my plays of Trains? Actually, I did. Because I played it with Vicky. There was a good story. Matthew Dunstan, Phil Walker Harding. Yeah, we're going to go with Monochrome Inc. 8 Minute Empire Legends is good. And it's a lie. It doesn't take 8 minutes. It takes 15 minutes. Again, I'm going to have to give it to that one just because I think Trains is broken. Apples to apples or Trains? Well, this is going to be Trains. This is going to be Medieval Merchant. Paris or Solar Storm? This is going to be Paris. Agra or Solar Storm? It's going to be Agra, I think. I do like Solar Storm. But no, it's going to Agra. Prague could put Regni or Solar Storm. Sorry, Solar Storm. I do like you, but you're giving me... Okay, you've beaten that one. Flick Fleet is a lot of fun, but I prefer Solar Storm. Flick Fleet or Primordial Soup? It's going to be Primordial Soup. Flick Fleet or Alexandria? Bounced off Alexandria a bit. Let's go Flick Fleet. Alexandria. Kremlin or Paperclip Railways? Wow. I do want to play Kremlin again. I've got a very, very old copy of Kremlin in the attic, like from the 70s. Or 70s or the 80s. And I do want to play it again. I know it was redone a few years ago. Paperclip Railways didn't really work for me. And Kremlin is just so old school that it's almost unplayable. I'm leaning towards Kremlin. What's the random telling me? Yeah, Kremlin. We're going Kremlin. I want to play it again. High Rise or Brick and Mortar? I like both of these games, but I prefer High Rise. Brick and Mortar or Amerigo? We'll go Amerigo. Last Will or Brick and Mortar? I think Brick and Mortar. And most people would probably pick Last Will, but I think I prefer Brick and Mortar. I think it's more interesting. Pendulum or Last Will? I've only played Pendulum once, and I did enjoy it. I think I'm going to pick Last Will for this one. Even though I don't like Last Will as much as most other people do. And I'm saying that as one of the developers of the game. I did a lot of testing and development on Last Will. So I'm able to put my bias aside. Priests of Ra or Pendulum? That's Priests of Ra. Better version of Ra. Keeper or Pendulum? Keeper was a bit complex for me. Keeper was a little bit above my comfort level in terms of complexity of rules. But thankfully, because I did the videos and I've played it a few times, I now understand those rules. So I'm going to pick Keeper. But if I didn't have that background in Keeper, I might have gone with Pendulum instead. Kanban EV or Sky Mines? These are both extremely good games. Really, really good games. Now, Kanban EV has a solo mode and works well at 2, 3, and 4 players. Sky Mines has a solo mode, and I personally prefer the solo mode in Sky Mines because it's a lot less maintenance. But the solo mode of Kanban EV is good. I think Kanban EV scales better based on the player count. Sky Mines doesn't really work as well as a 2 or 3 player game. It works best at 4. But Sky Mines has the alternative side of the board with all of the... This is a tricky one. This is a really tricky one. Both for slightly different reasons. I'm actually going to go with Kanban for this one, but this is a difficult one. Sky Mines or Amsterdam? I'm going to go with Sky Mines for this one. I talked about part 1, how Amsterdam is a good game, but unfortunately for me, the choice of artwork in the game gets in the way a little bit. I wasn't keen on it. Sky Mines, I think, is a brilliant production and a very good game. So we're going to go with Sky Mines. Anno 1800 or Amsterdam? I really like Anno 1800. Really, really like Anno 1800. But I also really like Amsterdam. Ugh. Anybody got any thoughts? Amsterdam or Anno 1800? I'm leaning towards Amsterdam, but when the expansion set comes out for Anno 1800 this year, which includes a solo mode, I might change my mind and go back to that. I think I'm going to lean towards Amsterdam. Too Many Bones or Anno 1800? I love what Too Many Bones does, but the rules overhead and the length of play means that right now, given me a choice, Anno 1800. But Anno 1800, despite it being a very good game, is... You're not going to remember a game of Anno 1800. You're going to remember a game of Too Many Bones because it's tense, it's exciting, it's adventure, it's leveling up your character and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm leaning to Too Many Bones despite the negatives. Yeah, I'm going to say Too Many Bones. Battle Cars, talked about that the other night. We're going to go Anno 1800 for this one. Bus or Battle Cars? That's going to be Bus. Bus is a very clever game. Erland or Battle Cars? It's going to be Erland. It's probably going to be most things over Battle Cars. Oh, except now we've got to Elevator Ready. Elevator Ready is my copy of Elevator Ready is called Beastie Boys. It's a silly, fun, takes 5 minutes. You slam cards down, shout out numbers. It's a fun party game for 4 players. Battle Cars is the game from 1983, driving around and shooting each other with guns. This is a tricky one. This is a really tricky one. I'm going to go with Battle Cars for nostalgia reasons. Whereas Illuminati I'm not going to go with because Illuminati is old school game design, very flawed, and when it's not your turn, you're sat waiting 20 minutes. So we'll go Elevator Ready. Time Stories or Terraforming Mars? Love both of these games, and Time Stories has given me and Vicky some very, very memorable moments and stories over the years. Cannot deny the effect that Time Stories has had on us, and we tested a lot of them as well. We helped out with a lot of the text. But overall, I think I'm going to go with Terraforming Mars. Yeah. And I've got stories to tell about Time Stories as well. If I ever do another one of those late night Patreon-only things, I'll tell you about Time Stories. But I'm going to go Terraforming Mars for this one. This one I'm actually going to go with Time Stories. Did I say? Yeah. This one I'm going to go Time Stories, but Asgard is an underrated game from What's Your Game. But I'm going to go Time Stories. Sniper Elite I enjoyed, but Asgard is more my kind of game, and as I say, is underrated, very solid design. Next question for the chat. I am curious to know how many of you have either heard of and or played Asgard from What's Your Game, because it was one of their very much under the radar games, and those people that have played it and got past not just the rule, but the rulebook's good. It's just a little confusing because it's 5 rounds of play and then you have Ragnarok, and your first game of it is a learning game because you need to understand how Ragnarok works before you actually make the decisions in the game. But it is very, very good. Monica's heard of it, but not played it. So we're going to go Asgard with this one. This one, we're going to go Sniper Elite. As I say, when Stars of Icarius fixes all of the problems that it's got, it might be Stars of Icarius. But right now, Sniper Elite is the more complete playable game. Whereas I think... yeah. Still this game, it's a little bit of fun. We're going Stars of Icarius. We'll go Anti-K. Steal this game or 6 Nimt. That's... yeah, 6 Nimt. We'll go steal this game. 6 Nimt or Sneaks and Snitches. I'm going to have to go 6... I mean, both of these games have a similar mechanism in them, which I don't like, which is trying to work out what the other players are doing and then second guessing them. Although I find that less of a problem with 6 Nimt. Sneaks and Snitches is a Vlaada Chvátil game. It is the Vlaada Chvátil game which most people have never heard of. And it's actually very clever in the way that it works, but it's not for me. So we'll go 6 Nimt. Age of Steam or Scylla. Scylla's really good. But Age of Steam with the tweaks to the loan rules, we'll go with the guy. The progress bar isn't moving. It is moving slightly. Hamburg or Scylla. I'm going to go Hamburg. Although I do want to play Scylla again. One of these days, I'm going to go through all of the old Istari games and play them. So Assyria, Scylla, Mycarinos, Amiitis. I think there's another one as well. They're all really good. But I'm going to go Hamburg. This time I'm going to go Scylla. It's more of a Euro game. Batman's fun, but out of these two... ooh. Ooh. I'm actually going to go Wealth of Nations. Oh. Now, out of these two, I'm actually going to go Batman. I have issues with Tigris and Euphrates. Lost Valley or Tigris and Euphrates? I'm going to go Lost Valley. I've still got this. I don't think I've moved this into the attic, although I might have done. I'm actually going to go Lost Valley. Not played it in a long time. 2038 or Tigris and Euphrates. I'm not going to play either of these games ever again. And not because they're not very good. It's just that one's way too complicated and too long. And Tigris and Euphrates, I just can't get my head around. And I think the look of the draw with the red tiles is too high. It's going to have to be Tigris and Euphrates. 2038, I'm sorry, I just don't have the brain capacity or 10 hours to play anymore. Which means it's going to be Streets. Save. I will save, although it does seem to be saving itself now and again, which is good. So what time are we calling it? 2027. It's 2027. When it gets to about 10 o'clock, I'll make a decision about whether there's going to be a part 3. I can already tell you I think there's going to be a part 3. Hoplomachus Victorum or Golem? Hoplomachus Victorum. I said I wouldn't talk as much. Via Nebula. Oathsworn. Roll for Adventure. There you go. I'm not talking as much. Golem. We'll Was somebody going to tell me about the rules for Imperium? Yes, I think somebody did. I think, James, I think you sent me the message about Imperium to make it a shorter game. I need to read them. I need to go back to it. Let's go Rakeholt. Twilight Squabble or Coloma. Let's go Coloma. Twilight Squabble or Ultray. Let's go Ultray. Twilight Squabble or Starship Catan. Let's go Starship Catan. Twilight Squabble or Pocket Imperium. I think both designed by the same designer. Yeah, I think they are. I'm actually going to go Pocket Imperium, I think. I'm trying to remember. I've played both of these about 5 or 6 times each. I'm going to go Twilight Squabble. Immortals or Pocket Imperium? I need to give Immortals another try. Although, to be honest, these days, there's just no time to give games a second chance. Let's go Immortals. Suburbia or Pocket Imperium? I'm actually going to go Pocket Imperium. I went off Suburbia. Suburbia or In Between? Suburbia wins that one. Federation Commander, Klingon Border or In Between? Let's go In Between. Superpower, we talked about that. Awful game, awful game. So Federation Commander. Hero Quest or Superpower? 2 absolutely awful, unplayable games that both came out in the 80s and are just completely random nonsense. I would have to pick Hero Quest for nostalgia reasons, even though my last play of it put me off playing it for life. But if I ever played Superpower again, that would also put me off playing it for life. So I'm going to go random for this one. If I take half a minute per choice, it will be 26 hours. Yeah, we're not got time for 26 hours. Right, Superpower wins it. There you go. But neither of them. Yokohama or Red Cathedral? Both extremely good games. We're going with Yokohama. Flamecraft or Red Cathedral? I do like Flamecraft, but I'm going to choose Red Cathedral. Flamecraft or Space Corp? Again, same thing. Flamecraft is really good, but more my style of game, Space Corp. Something special. Flamecraft over Scorpius Freighter, that's Flamecraft. Hansa Teutonica over Scorpius Freighter, that's Hansa Teutonica. Furnace over Scorpius Freighter is Furnace. Free Ride over Scorpius Freighter is Free Ride. Ultramare over Scorpius Freighter is Ultramare. Hallertau over Scorpius Freighter is Hallertau. King of the Elves over Scorpius Freighter is Scorpius Freighter. King of the Elves over Mobile Markets, Mobile Markets. King of the Elves over Ispahan, I'm going to go Ispahan. King of the Elves over Isle of Cats, we'll go Isle of Cats. King of Elves over Rio de la Plata, talked about that in my Patreon-only stream the other night. King of the Elves. Giganton or Rio de la Plata is Giganton. Red Alert Space Fleet Warfare over Rio de la Plata is Red Alert Space Fleet Warfare. Oh, look at this. This is hilarious. Railroad Revolution versus Russian Railroads. Both very good games, but I'm going to give it to Russian Railroads. 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 is the way I see this. So Russian Railroads beats it, but they're both very good games. Railroad Revolution or Iki is, for me, Railroad Revolution. Keyflow or Iki, I think I'd prefer Keyflow. I think. Yes. Founders of Gloomhaven over Iki, definitely Iki. Founders of Gloomhaven over Sabika, definitely Sabika, despite the problems. Founders of Gloomhaven over Space Alert, Space Alert. Genius game. Founders of Gloomhaven over Long Live the Queen, that's probably Founders of Gloomhaven. Power Grid over Long Live the Queen, that's going to be Power Grid. Gears of War over Long Live the Queen, that's going to be Gears of War. I need to play Gears of War. He's up there. He's keeping staring at me. Pandemic over Long Live the Queen. Long Live the Queen, if you don't know, is a 2-player game from Luda Creations. Came out a few years ago. It's good, but I think Pandemic I'd prefer to play. Tide of Iron over Long Live the Queen. Only because Tide of Iron, I couldn't get on with it. I really wanted to like Tide of Iron, and I put a huge amount of time and effort into learning it, painting the miniatures and everything else, but we'll go Long Live the Queen. I would prefer to play over Fire, though. I would prefer to play Welcome Back to the Dungeon over Fire. Classic Warlord or Apocalypse over Fire. Apocalypse just goes on forever and ever. We'll take fire. Oh, right. Two games from the 80s, Classic Warlord, otherwise known as Apocalypse, or Civilization, stroke Advanced Civilization. Both of these games go on forever. And I used to love both of them when I was a lot younger. But I'm going to pick Civilization. I mentioned the other day, Goblins Inc. didn't get on with it. So we're actually going to go Classic Warlord for this one. However, saying that, I think Goblins Inc. is better than Sherlock, the Tomb of the Archaeologist. Spirit Island or Lasita. Both very, very, very good games, but I'm going Spirit Island. Caelus or Lasita. Again, both very, very, very good games. And in fact, that's the original version of Caelus, which I have deliberately left in, as well as Caelus 1303. Which one of those would I prefer to play? It's going to be Caelus. But this one, Prodigal's Club or Lasita, is going to be Lasita. Prodigal's Club or Codenames Duet. It's going to be Codenames Duet, which you can play with more than 2 players. You can play with 2 teams, and it's fine. Ponzi Scheme or Prodigal's Club. Prodigals, I mean, I love Ponzi Scheme. I think it's genius. I think it's very clever. I think it's very simple. But I do like the mechanisms of Prodigal's Club, even though I think there's no theme in the game whatsoever. Planet Steam or Ponzi Scheme. Planet Steam or Ponzi Scheme. They rhyme. Let's go Planet Steam. Tranquility over Ponzi Scheme. Let's go Ponzi Scheme. Let's go Talon. I've been wanting to play more Talon for the last 2 years. The Gallerist or Tranquility. Let's go the Gallerist. Tranquility over Key to the City of London. I think Key to the City of London. Tranquility over Nemo's War. I know 99% of people will pick Nemo's War. It is very highly rated. And I do like the game. I think the game is very clever. I just found it too long and too random. But I think I'd prefer to play that than Tranquility. Out of these two, I think I'd prefer to play Tranquility. Greenland or Trapwoods, both designed by Vlaada Chvátil. Let's go with Trapwoods. Greenland or the Lost Expedition. Greenland, it just needs a better rulebook. Kings and Things or the Lost Expedition. Neither of them. Let's go Kings and Things for nostalgia reasons. Played it loads as a kid. I mean, I played Kings and Things probably 30, 40 times when I was a lot younger. It's a lot of fun, but it is just silly fun. Capital Lux 2 or Flamme Rouge. Like both of these games a lot, but Flamme Rouge wins. Capital Lux 2 over In the Year of the Dragon. Again, I like both of these games a lot, but In the Year of the Dragon wins. Capital Lux 2 or Lisboa. Same thing again. It's going to be Lisboa. Capital Lux 2 or Unfathomable. I have enjoyed my plays of Unfathomable more than I thought I would. So actually, I'm going to give it to Unfathomable. This makes it look like I don't like Capital Lux 2. And I do. I really rate Capital Lux 2. In fact, I'm going to rate it over Carpe Diem. I think. Yes. And I'm going to rate Mykarinos over Carpe Diem. I did enjoy Carpe Diem, but Mykarinos is very good. Oh, right. 2 Stefan Feld games. Notre Dame or Carpe Diem. I'm going to go Notre Dame. Woodcraft over Carpe Diem. I'm going to go Woodcraft. Vasco da Gama over Carpe Diem. Vasco da Gama, another watch your game, underrated game, but I think Carpe Diem's better. Out of these two, Mystery House or Vasco da Gama, we'll go Vasco da Gama. Flick of Faith is actually quite good. Colossal Arena or Mystery House. Neither of them really, although Mystery House... Probably Mystery House, to be honest. I mean, I play Colossal Arena a lot, but it's... probably Mystery House. It should have been better. Saying Lancashire Railways... Yeah. Did I get that down the other day? I didn't, did I? Lancashire Railways is somewhere tucked away somewhere. Original Carpe Diem or the revamped one? The revamped one. I don't have the original one. We're going Lancashire Railways this time. Space Crusade or Colossal Arena? Time to upset Rick. I'm actually going to go Colossal Arena. I think. Yes. I remember playing Space Crusade at a Babylon 5 convention in Birmingham in the 80s. We took Space Crusade with us and played it till about 3 in the morning. It was either a Star Trek convention or a Babylon... Star Trek convention. It was a Star Trek convention that I went to in Birmingham in the 80s, and we took Space Crusade with us. Or it was early 90s. It was either very late 80s or very early 90s. Robo Rally or Space Crusade? Neither of them. But let's pick Robo Rally. On Mars or Cooper Island? Now, I love On Mars, and I think it is a fantastic game, but given the choice, I would prefer to play Cooper Island, because Cooper Island packs so much depth and so much decision space into a short game. Yeah, I'm gonna choose Cooper Island. Out of these two, though, I'm gonna pick On Mars. Solkin or Terra Mystica? Going Solkin. Solkin. Glenmore 2 or Terra Mystica? I like Glenmore 2. I do like Terra Mystica as well. Given the choice, and this is Glenmore 2. Actually, I'm going to go Terra Mystica. Glenmore 2 or Ingenious? I'm actually going to go Glenmore 2, even though Ingenious is a fantastic game. Glenmore 2 is more my style of game, but Ingenious definitely has a place. Chronicles of Crime or Ingenious? Both games I would play with Vicky. In fact, these are both games that she plays and she enjoys. And we do like playing Ingenious. But Chronicles of Crime has the detective style stuff. So we're going with Chronicles of Crime. Lord of the Rings, The Confrontation or Ingenious? This is Ingenious. Definitely. Charterstone or Lord of the Rings Confrontation? Actually, I'm going to go Charterstone with this one. Stickham or Lord of the Rings? We're going with Stickham. Thunderstone Quest or Lord of the Rings Confrontation? We'll go Thunderstone Quest. Lord of the Rings Confrontation is good. In fact, it's better than Ribbit. But Fast Sloths is better than Ribbit. Deal with Devil is probably better than... It's definitely... I mean, look at this. Ribbit is a racing tortoises Reiner Knizia game for kids. And Deal with Devil is one of the most complex games that came out last year. Let's go Deal with the Devil. Let's go Mysterium. Let's go Carcassonne. Let's go... I'm actually going to pick Ribbit for this one. This one I'm going to go Tuki. Nippon or Lord of the Rings Journeys in Middle-earth? Now, this is a difficult one because these are both 9.5 out of 10 for me. I absolutely love Lord of the Rings Journeys in Middle-earth and absolutely love Nippon. Both of these games are absolutely fantastic, but Lord of the Rings has got something extra because it has the narrative, it has the feeling, it has memorable moments. Nippon is just an extremely solid Euro game. Nippon is like a 9.5 out of 10 game for me, but I'm going to go Lord of the Rings. Nippon wins this one though, even though Colonia is very, very good. Nippon wins. Shipyard or Colonia? I'm actually going to go Colonia. Shipyard is very good, but I'm going to pick Colonia. It's got a higher player count. It's a bit more accessible. And it looks nicer. Dragon Castle or Shipyard? I do like Dragon Castle, but I'm going with Shipyard. Days of Ire or Dragon Castle? I'm going to go Days of Ire. Another game I want to play again. Clash of Cultures or Dragon Castle? We're going Clash of Cultures. Castles of Mad King Ludwig or Dragon Castle? We have two castle games together. Let's go... For me, actually, I'd prefer Dragon Castle. Nautilus or Castles of Mad King Ludwig? I'm going to go Nautilus. That's the game I talked about, getting out of the attic and bringing to Gridcon 4 if anybody wanted to play it. Expedition to Newdale or Castles of Mad King Ludwig? Let's go Expedition to Newdale. Both games I have issues with. Castles of Mad King Ludwig or Onitama? Let's go Onitama. Castles of Mad King Ludwig or Evo? Evo is very good. I've got a German version, unfortunately, and still haven't got around to doing paste-ups for the cards. I've had it about 10 years and not played it. Why I bought the German version, I don't know. Rage is pretty awful and is going to be leaving the collection soon. So I'm picking Castles of Mad King Ludwig. Oh, Dice Master again. Is Rick coming round tonight to play it? I got it out the other day after talking about it. I'm going to get it out again tonight. We're going to go Dice Master, Cities of Doom. Caribbean or Rage? It's going to be Caribbean. It's going to be the Carcassonne. Orleans or La Granja. Both games that I love. I'm going La Granja. Orleans or Just One. Both games that I love. Again, how can you compare things like Just One to a very solid Euro game? It's really hard to compare these two, but I'm going to go Just One. Dead Reckoning or Orleans? Dead Reckoning. Nussfjord or Orleans? This is going to be Orleans. Nussfjord or Cuba? This is going to be... Oh, I've not played Cuba in a while. What was interesting is when we did part 1, lots of people in the chat were talking about Cuba. So yeah, it's a lot of people played it, and it is a good game. Nussfjord is also a good game. I think I'm going to go Cuba. I have really, really fond memories of it. Right, this exit game, just for those people who don't know, this is all exit games together. Would I prefer to play an exit game or Nussfjord? Now, I love escape room games, but recently, a lot of the exit games that we've played have been a bit... we've played so many of them, they're getting a little bit repetitive now. So I think I'd prefer to play Nussfjord. Exit game or Robinson Crusoe? As much as I like Robinson Crusoe, and the rulebook is fantastic, I'm going to choose Exit. Pizarro and Co. mentioned it the other day. I've got the version that's called Magellan. Which of those would I prefer to play? Probably Robinson Crusoe. Out of those two, probably Magellan. Out of those two, I mean, there's no denying that Trickerion is the better game of those two. I just, for some reason, I've played it about 10 times. It doesn't click. I'm just rubbish at it. And I can respect the game for being very, very good. Or Spirium, which was very good and underrated. Let's go Spirium. Traders of Osaka is actually quite clever, but we're going to go Trickerion for this one. The Crew Mission Deep Sea or Traders of Osaka? Let's go The Crew. Legends Untold, we spoke about that the other night. Or Traders of Osaka? Let's go Legends Untold. Fabled Fruit over Traders of Osaka? Let's go Fabled Fruit. Dungeon Scrawlers over Traders of Osaka? Let's go Dungeon Scrawlers. Well, let's not go Dungeon Quest. Dungeon Quest is awful, old school game. So, Traders of Osaka. Dungeon Quest or Monster Expedition? Interesting. Let's go Monster Expedition. Oh My Goods or Dungeon Quest? Oh My Goods. Dungeon Quest is... Yeah. Oh, here we go. Two very old school games that I'm never going to play either of them again. If I was forced to choose, I would play Wizard's Quest. Crystal Palace or Great Western Trail 2nd Edition. Both of these games are fantastic. We've moved from 2 games that are really old that I'd never play again to 2 modern games, both of which I think are fantastic. But Great Western Trail 2nd Edition wins it. And that's not just Great Western Trail 2nd Edition. That's... Well, no, it is, actually. Yeah. Watergate or Crystal Palace? Watergate's great, but Crystal Palace better for me. Dungeon Lords or Watergate? Dungeon Lords. Undaunted Stalingrad or Watergate? As much as I love Watergate, Undaunted Stalingrad is special. Legends of Andor or Watergate? I think... Oh, what do I think? What do I think? I'm not sure about these two. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I'm going to go Legends of Andor. Mermies or Watergate? Somebody was telling me, left me a comment in the last stream that Mermies was based on Antiquity. Splotter Games. Out of these two, I'm going to go Mermies. New York City or Watergate? I think out of these two, I mean, I love the card play in New York City. New York City is the new version of Rialto, but I think is better. I'm going to pick New York City over Watergate. Monumental, we talked about a little bit in part 1. I need to play it more. I haven't really played it much, so Monumental might be really good. I'm curious to see how many people have played Monumental. If you're a Patreon supporter and you're on the Slack channel, let me know. Start a thread about Monumental just to ask how many people have played it, because I want to know more about Monumental, if it's any good or not. This time we're going with Watergate. So again, because I've not really played Monumental that much and I don't remember it that well, I'm actually going to play Rush MD. That was a lot more fun and worked a lot better as a game than I thought it would. It's a real-time game, and I thought it was just going to be a disaster, and it actually worked really well. Out of these two, I don't want to make this decision because I've only played each game once, and I don't remember them well enough. So this is going to be a random choice. I'm going to pick Knights of Fire. Dragonfire I have played more than once, but I think I'm leaning towards Monumental from my vague memories of my one play of it. Dice Settlers or Dragonfire? I remember not quite liking Dice Settlers. I can't remember exactly what about it I wasn't keen on. I mean, it could have been something cosmetic like the artwork, but this time I'm going to go Dragonfire. This time I'm going to go Dice Settlers. Shave a Sheep or Mr. Cabbagehead's Garden. Silly Lego game or a very, very odd solo game. Let's go Mr. Cabbagehead's Garden. Shave a Sheep or Warlock of Firetop Mountain. I mean, to be honest, again, neither, but we'll do Warlock of Firetop Mountain. Okay, Shave a Sheep or Dilbert Corporate Shuffle. Both silly nonsense games. Given the choice, let's go Corporate Shuffle. Ugh. Shave the Sheep. We're down at the bottom of the end of the scale now, and the app, the ranking system is clearly deciding which of these old games that I'm never going to play again I'm going to choose. It's going to be Shave the Sheep because Warrior Knights is just awful. Same with Container. It's going to have to be Container. Pulsar 2849 over Dominant Species. Right, we're suddenly back at the top end of the scale now. Two games that I very, very much enjoy, but it's going to go to Pulsar. Royal Palace or Dominant Species? Oh, I'm so tempted to pick Royal Palace over Dominant Species because Royal Palace deserves way more credit than it gets. But Dominant Species is an absolute work of genius. I'm going to go Royal Palace. Key Market or Dominant Species? We're going to go Dominant Species. Key Market or Rebuilding Seattle? I'm actually going to go Rebuilding Seattle. Key Market or Discoveries? I'm going to go Key Market. Snowdonia or Discoveries? I'm going to go Snowdonia. On the Underground or Discoveries? I'm going to go on the Underground. Crisis or Discoveries? I'm going to go... I need to play Discoveries again. It's been a while. I'm going to go Crisis. Palaces of Carrara or Discoveries? One game I've not played in like 4 years, and another one that I've only played once, but recently. Palaces of Carrara, I covered it a couple of weeks ago on the channel. Dry, themeless, Euro, but actually very, very solid. Excuse me, very solid. I'm starting to get hungry. I've not had food yet. I've brought food with me, so I might have to mute myself at some point and get food. Discoveries. I remember liking Discoveries. Let's go Discoveries. Cloud Age or Palaces of Carrara? Again, I liked Cloud Age, but I think Palaces of Carrara are probably better. Roads and Boats over Cloud Age? We'll go Cloud Age. Roads and Boats will hold a special place for me, but out of these two, again, we're going off memories from 15 years ago here with Leonardo da Vinci. Yeah, I'm going to pick that. We're going to pick Noria. Roads and Boats over Mystic Vale. I mean, again, you can't compare these two. Okay, let's compare them. Which one would I prefer to play? Roads and Boats. Mystic Vale over Formula D. Panamax over Formula D. Why it keeps putting Formula D up, I don't know. Oh, here we go. Formula D and Cosmic Encounter. I don't want to play either of these games again, but if I was forced to, I'll play Cosmic Encounter. Cloudspire over Concordia. We've suddenly gone back to the top end of the scale now. And this is going to have to go to Concordia. As much as I love Cloudspire, the learning curve for Cloudspire is high. The length of play is high. I think it is a brilliant game. I think it is a work of genius. But Concordia is just a masterpiece. Even though it's totally dry, boring Euro. This is tricky for me. I mean, all of these things that people say is, oh, if you're forced, you have to get rid of one of these games and only you have to burn one and keep one. No, I am going to keep both of these games for the rest of my life. What does the chat think? Cloudspire or Concordia? I'm actually going to go Cloudspire because there's so much content in Cloudspire, both for the solo play, the multiplayer play, the team play, everything else. And I know Concordia now has a solo mode, but I'm going to go Cloudspire. But that was one of the most difficult decisions that I've had to make. Il Principe is very good, not as good as Concordia. Gloomhaven or Il Principe? Again, Gloomhaven with a few house rules. And if anybody on the Slack channel wants to know what my house rules are for Gloomhaven, again, feel free to start a thread. Maybe not now, but maybe tomorrow. Just say, Paul, remind me what your house rules are for Gloomhaven, because we've got a few. Il Principe or Heat Pedal to the Metal? Il Principe is very good. It's an older game, but it's really good and really solid. But Heat is something special. Out of these two, although I liked Venice, I'm going to go Il Principe. I'm also going to go Zapotec over Venice. And I'm going to go Kokopelli over Venice. I'm also going to go Rise of Empires over Venice. But I'm going to go Venice over Cartographers. I'm going to go Gumshoe over Cartographers. I'm going to go Java over Cartographers. But I'm going to go Cartographers over Concept. And I'm going to go Dominion over Concept. Right, here we go. So we do have Crossing Oceans in here. I think I've removed Transatlantic now, haven't I? Now, Crossing Oceans, I was looking forward to playing it. I have played it. It was good, but it's too long. It's just almost twice as long as it should be. It's very repetitive. I think it's a better game than Concept, as far as the game design goes, but I do enjoy playing Concept. This is a difficult one. I'm going to go Concept. Crossing Oceans or The Reef? Let's go with Crossing Oceans. Reef or Telestrations? I mean, Telestrations isn't even a game. It's just a lot of fun and it's silly. So for that reason alone, I'm going to say The Reef. But out of these two, I think Telestrations. Oh, right. We're back at the top end of the scale again. Lancaster, the big box, or Kalis 1303. Both of these games are a 9 or a 9.5 out of 10 for me. And I've said that a lot tonight. And I said it a lot last time I did this. But these two games are both fantastic. I'm going to pick Kalis because I think it scales better. Kalis at 2, 3, 4 or 5 works brilliantly. Lancaster doesn't really work unless you have the full player count. So we're going with Kalis. Same with Crown of Amara. Same with Ora et Labora. Now, two games that I don't think scale well at different player counts. I don't think Castles of Burgundy works well at 2. It's okay with 3. It's brilliant at 4. Lancaster doesn't really work with 2 or 3. Needs the 4 or 5. Lancaster is so good. I think I prefer Lancaster. I mean, I love Castles of Burgundy and I've played it 300, 400 times. Online, mainly. And there's something so simplistic about the dice and the choices and everything else. But as a game, I prefer to play Lancaster. Dungeon Pets or Castles of Burgundy? This is going to go to Castles of Burgundy just because Dungeon Pets is a lot of extra rules overhead. Dungeon Pets or Forge War? Dungeon Pets because of the time. Chocolate Factory, same. Chocolate Factory over Forge War because Forge War is a bit too long. Crew beats Forge War. Cousins War, it's a 2-player game. But yeah, I think I'd prefer to play that than Forge War. Railway Rivals or Forge War? Let's play Forge War. Scout or Railway Rivals is Scout. City Builder Ancient World, definitely. Summit, definitely. Watch, yep. Picamino, which is Heckmech, over Railway Rivals. Sure, let's pick that one. Underwater Cities or First Class. Right, we're back end at the top again. These are both fantastic games. I love both of these games a lot. But I'm going to pick Underwater Cities. Taj Mahal or First Class? This is a tricky one. This is a really tricky one. That last one was slightly easier than this. Taj Mahal or First Class? The auction mechanism in Taj Mahal is just phenomenally good. I'm going to go with Taj Mahal. Codenames or First Class? I'm going to go with First Class. Codenames or Sidereal Confluence? How can you compare these two games? Okay, I'm going to go Codenames for this one. But I want to play Sidereal Confluence a lot more. I'm going to go with that over Honshu. Honshu or Pathfinder Adventure card game? We're going to go Pathfinder Adventure card game. Honshu over Warhammer Quest. Let's go Honshu. Some of these decisions are, yeah. Let's go Cerebria. Let's go Warhammer Quest. Let's go Communoi. Let's go Cubitos. Let's go Cavum. Weather Machine or Conan? Let's go Weather Machine. Splendor or Conan? Let's go Splendor. Cryptid or Conan? I can't play Cryptid. My brain does not work that way. So I'm going to go Conan. Cryptid or Twilight Imperium? I think I'd still prefer to play Cryptid. Even though, as I say, I can't play Cryptid. There's no point me even playing it because my brain just doesn't work that way at all. So I'm actually going to pick Twilight Imperium this time. Shea Geek is definitely leaving the collection. So definitely not that one. So we're going to pick Scepter von Zavendar over Shea Geek. Newton over Star Wars Destiny. Now, I've talked about these a few times. These are both fantastic. I love both of these games, but I'm going to give it to Newton. Even though I love, love, love Star Wars Destiny. Come Together over Star Wars Destiny. So Come Together is a solid game. Played it recently on the channel. And sure, Star Wars Destiny has the dice, but I think Star Wars Destiny is one of the best Star Wars games that's ever made. I really like it. The Magnificent or Come Together. Both games from the same publisher. I'm actually going to go Come Together. Right, it's 9 o'clock. We've been going for 2 hours. I'm just going to have a short pause. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to have a mouthful of food because I'm absolutely starving. I'm going to close the window because I'm cold. While we're here, though, at 9 o'clock, feel free to carry on chatting. I'm only going to be like a minute. But I wanted to give a big shout out to all of my Patreon supporters. Again, big thank you to you. Your funding for the channel makes this content possible. And if you're watching this video and you're enjoying this video, obviously give it a like, give it a thumbs up. Please check out some of the other videos that I've got on the channel. But please consider supporting me on Patreon, as I do rely on the financial support of the Patreon to keep the channel going and allowing me to make videos like this. The last video was 4 hours long. This one's going to be at least 4 hours. We're probably going to have a part 3 that I'm going to have to fit in. I don't know when, because I want to get this finished. But all of this was a goal of the Patreon campaign. So, yeah. And we're going to do something special when we get to 900 Patreon supporters. Which I don't know. If anybody's got any better ideas other than play Talisman, then let me know. Right. I'm just going to disappear. I will be back in 30 seconds. So don't go anywhere. Right. I finished eating. That'll keep me going for a bit. So, for sale, Autorama or The Magnificent. Both very good games. I like both games. My latest game of For Sale that I played online went really well. I'm going to choose The Magnificent. I do need to play Throne of Allegoria again. But if you gave me a choice right now, I'd probably play For Sale. Maybe because I'm tired. I'm also going to pick... Now, I did enjoy War of the Ring, but actually I'm going to give this one to Throne of Allegoria. This one's going to go to World Without End. This one's going to go to War of the Ring, the card game. This one's going to go to Olympos. This is Escape Tales Low Memory. There you go. I've suddenly eaten some food and we're on a roll. Futuropia or Dimaka? We're going to go Futuropia. Quo Vadis or Dimaka? I'm going to go Quo Vadis. Classic old Reiner Knizia game. Unvölkt und Adel, otherwise known as Citadels, or Dimaka? I'm actually going to go Dimaka. Going to go Lords of Hellas. I think I'm going to go High Treason. I need to play it more. Factory Fun or Citadels? Let's go Factory Fun. Let's go Citadels for that one. In the Shadow of the Emperor or the Golden Ages? Both very, very good games. I'm going to go Golden Ages because it's got a Civ theme. Have we not had this matchup before? In the Shadow of the Emperor and Forum Trajanum? I'm going to go Forum Trajanum. Tekhenu or In the Shadow of the Emperor? I think Tekhenu is probably the better game. In the Shadow of the Emperor or Origins? I'm going to pick In the Shadow of the Emperor. I'd like to play that again. It's been a long time since I played it. Next question for the chat, or if you're watching this back afterwards. How many people have heard of and or played In the Shadow of the Emperor? It is an extremely good game. I can't even remember who designed it, but it's very good. I'm going to pick that one. Rialto or Origins? I did enjoy Origins. Got a bit of salmon stuck in my teeth. But I also enjoyed Rialto a lot. This is tricky. I'm going to go Origins. This one I'm going to go Rialto. This one I'm going to go Tainted Grail, I think. Yeah. This one is going to be Championship Formula Racing. This one is going to be Galaxy Trucker. This one is going to be La Isla. This one is going to be Caelus Magna Carta. This one is going to be Oracle of Delphi. This one is going to be Pipeline. This one is going to be San Marco. Star Trek Expeditions. This one is going to be Swatch. Quarriors or Dragon Strike? Quarriors with the variant rules that make it into a very good game, as opposed to completely random, whoever buys a dragon first wins. So Quarriors with extra rules. Le Havre or Through the Ages, both games that I love, but we're going to go Through the Ages. Pillars of the Earth or Le Havre, again, both games that I love. We're going to go Pillars of the Earth. Le Havre or Sid Meier's Civilization, we're going to go Le Havre. So Clover or Sid Meier's Civilization? I can't make this decision. Fun party game that is just absolutely amazing, or really good Civilization Euro style game. I mean, yeah, I hate these decisions. I'm going to go So Clover. Codenames Pictures or Sid Meier's Civilization? That's Codenames Pictures. Race for the Galaxy or... I'm going to go Sid Meier's Civilization for this one. Mage Wars Academy or Race for the Galaxy? Mage Wars. Sierra West or Race for the Galaxy? Sierra West. Race for the Galaxy. I mean, I'm not rating Race for the Galaxy very high, am I? But I'm going to rate it over Clans of Caledonia. I'm going to rate Clans over the Catan card game. I'm also going to rate The King is Dead over the Catan card game. But this time I'm going to rate Catan over the Phantom. I'm going to rate the Phantom probably more, even though it's a 1 or a 2 player game. I think. Yeah, we'll go with the Phantom. This time we're going to go Metropolis. This time we're going to go Suspects. That's the very, very old game, War of the Ring, that I'm never going to play again. Let's go Fire and Stone. Rainbow Rage. That's not come out yet, has it? We're still getting games that have not been chosen yet. This is weird. I mean, it might have done. I can't remember it. Silly, grabby parties. Just absolute fun nonsense. Would I prefer to play that than War of the Ring? I mean, I'd love to play War of the Ring if it actually worked as a game, but it doesn't. So Rainbow Rage it is. Carnegie or Feast for Odin. We're back at the top end of my scale again. These are both 9.5, 10 out of games. Both with a great solo mode. Love, love, love both of these games. I Cannot pick. Wow. I'm going to go Feast for Odin. Carnegie is brilliant, but slightly leaning towards Feast for Odin. Out of these two, though, I mean, I absolutely love Lost Ruins of Arnak. Carnegie is more my kind of game. Out of these two, Merlin or Lost Ruins of Arnak. This is going to be Lost Ruins of Arnak. Merlin or Coimbra. I'm much happier rating games that I enjoy, even though it's harder, than games that are just, oh, why is this even on the list? Coimbra or Merlin. I did enjoy Coimbra a lot. I think I enjoyed Coimbra more than Merlin. Merlin or Homesteaders. Homesteaders is a very good game. Very, very good game. I'm going to go Merlin. Hamburgum or Homesteaders. I'm going Hamburgum. Navegador over Homesteaders. Navegador. Kahuna over Homesteaders. Sure. Let's go Kahuna. Space Base over Homesteaders. I think I prefer Homesteaders. Tindaya over Space Base. I think I prefer Tindaya. Terracotta Army over Space Base. I prefer Space Base. Terracotta Army over Copenhagen. I think I prefer Copenhagen. Terracotta Army over Pictures. We'll go with Pictures. Dominant Species Marine. Talked about this in part 1. Wanted to like it. Few bits of Dominant Species Marine that I'm not keen on. But I think it's probably better than Terracotta Army. Right, Amun-Re or Caverna. Both very, very good games. These are two of my favourite games. I love both of these games. But I'm going to give it to Caverna. Caverna might be in my top 10. This one's definitely Amun-Re. This one's definitely Madeira. This one's definitely Tapestry. This one's definitely Revive. This one is definitely the Ming Voyages. This one is definitely Magnate. See, Tempest was let down by a terrible rulebook, terrible production quality, terrible graphic design, but there's a good game in there. I'm actually going to go Small City, despite the flaws. I'm going to go Tempest with this one. Going to go Kingdom Rush. Going to go Castle for All Seasons. Going to go Imperial. Going to go Magnum Sal. Going to go Hansa. East was all right. It was the first game for Mistari Games, and I got it. It was all right. But just all right. But it's better than Fast Forward Fleet. But I think I'd prefer to play Fast Forward Fleet than Descent Journeys in the Dark. I think, although there's something... I mean, I had Descent Journeys in the Dark. I did used to play it. Go on, let's go with that one. Gentis or War Chests? Right, both really, really, really good games, but we're going with Gentis. Maharaja or War Chest is War Chest. Maharaja or Merv? I'm actually going to go Merv. Maharaja or Pictomania? Maharaja. Bruges definitely over Pictomania. Mexico over Pictomania. League of Six over Pictomania. Mini Rails over Pictomania. Oh, Between Two Cities or Pictomania. I'm going to go Pictomania. This one I'm going to go Tashkala. This one I'm going to go Between Two Cities. This one I'm going to go Canterbury. This one I'll go Mercado de Lisboa. Oh, Attica or Bitoku. This is a close one. Because I've talked earlier on about Attica, and I probably talked about it in part 1. Attica is a phenomenal game. And very underrated. I'll do another save. Yeah, I have saved a couple of times, and it is recording my progress as well. So there you go. We've saved Attica over Bitoku. Bitoku has something very, very special to it, and I love the game. And as I mentioned earlier on, and if you're just joining the stream, you can win a copy of Bitoku by having a look at my top 10 games of 2021 video that I released on New Year's Eve. Go and check it out. You can win a copy of Bitoku. Please watch the video, give it a thumbs up, and leave me a comment, and you can win a copy of Bitoku, because it was my joint #1 favourite game of 2021. I am leaning towards Bitoku because it is so good and I love it. But as I say, Attica, even though it's an older game, is phenomenally good. I'm actually going to go with Attica, which surprises me. But I am. Traders of Genoa or Bitoku? I'm going to go Bitoku. Traders of Genoa or Luna? I'm going to go Luna. Traders of Genoa or Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective? As a Euro game, Traders of Genoa. As an experience that I have enjoyed for the last 35 years, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Genoa or Under Falling Skies? Under Falling Skies. Traders of Genoa or Jorvik? We'll go Genoa. Endless Winter or Jorvik? We'll go Endless Winter. Age of Industry or Jorvik? We'll go Age of Industry. Escape Plan over Jorvik? We'll go Escape Plan. Augsburg 1520, can't really remember it. We'll go with Jorvik. We'll go with Herbaceous. We'll go, again, can't remember either of these games. Last played them about 20 years ago. Let's go with Augsburg. I remember it being good. Let's go with Fortress. Let's go Magna Graecia. Let's go Import-Export. Let's go Torres. Neither of them, to be honest. Let's go Mazescape. Let's go Onslaught. Frosthaven or Marvel Champions, the card game? How can you choose between these two games? I mean, I love both of them. I mean, I'm saying that. I've not actually played Frosthaven apart from when I was demoing it, but I know exactly what Frosthaven entails. I know that I'm going to love it. If I could only play one of those games right now, which one would it be? Would it be Frosthaven or would it be Marvel Champions? Both games require setup. As in, you've got to do some preparation beforehand. We were doing so well. What would you pick? What would you pick in the chat? Because I'm having real difficulty with this one. I'm going to go Frosthaven. I love, love, love Marvel Champions so much. But I'm going to go Frosthaven. Only just. But this one is definitely Marvel Champions over Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition. This one is definitely Trajan. This one is definitely Frostpunk. Out of these two, I mean, I like Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition. It's basically Race for the Galaxy, but with the Terraforming Mars theme. So I'm going to go Alibari. I think it's a better version of Snowdonia. Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition or Roll for the Galaxy? Actually, I think Ares Expedition. Yokohama Duel or Roll for the Galaxy? We're in the middle of the pack again now. Roll for the Galaxy over Yokohama Duel. Yes. Seven Wonders or Yokohama Duel? Let's go Seven Wonders. Industrial Waste or Yokohama Duel? I'll go Industrial Waste. Winter Kingdom over Yokohama Duel? I'll go Yokohama Duel. Splendor Duel? We should have had Splendor Duel over Yokohama Duel. That would have been... I think we did have in part one, didn't we? We had two duels against each other. Splendor Duel or Winter Kingdom? Let's go Splendor Duel. This one's going to be Winter Kingdom. This one's going to be Mesopotamia. This one's going to be Aleph Null. This one's going to be Tigris and Euphrates. Next question. How many people have played Tigris and Euphrates, the card game? It's in a little box. It's called Contest of Kings. And it's actually really good. I'm just curious to see how many people have A, heard of it and B, played it. But I like it and I'm going to pick that over Proteus. Two massive games here. ISS Vanguard or Euthia Torment of Resurrection. Both games I did the rulebook for. Both games I would have spent 100, 150 hours doing the rulebook for. I'm going to go with ISS Vanguard, I think, but only just. Only just. Endeavour or Euthea? I'm going to go Euthea. Tilatum or Endeavour? I'm going to go Tilatum. Oh, it says Vanguard against Euthea. Oh, that's a hard one. Endeavour over Amiitis. I'm going to go Amiitis. But I'm going to go Endeavour over Tiny Towns. And I'm going to go Viscounts of the West Kingdom over Tiny Towns. But I'm going to go Tiny Towns over Troya's Dice. We'll go Signorie. I'm going to go Tybor the Builder over Troya's Dice. But I am going to go Troya's Dice over Bonanza. I'll go Bonanza over Baseball Highlights. Will I? Yeah. Baseball Highlights over Android. Yes. Awful Green Things from Outer Space or Android. Again, both games, never ever going to play them again. Let's go Android because of what it was trying to do. Okay, so yeah, Pocket Mars, as I say, I bounced off it a bit, but I'd probably prefer to play that than Awful Green Things. Rado's in the chat. Oh, thanks, Richard, for joining in. And he's giving your thoughts, which is great. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Again, two games that I'm never ever going to play again, so Awful Green Things is it. Inhabit the Earth over Hacker Deluxe Edition. As much as I bounced off Inhabit the Earth, I would prefer to play that every day other than Hacker. But yeah, one of these days I'll get around to designing a proper Euro game of Hacker. So this is Microfilms. This is Xbugs. Talisman or Hacker? Neither of them. Let's go Hacker for the theme. Barrage over Rococo. Right, this is more like it. Both very, very solid games, but I prefer Rococo. Barrage over Aeon's End. Do like Barrage, but love Aeon's End. Magnastorm over Barrage. I think Barrage is probably the better game. Super Skill Pinball over Magnastorm. I'm tempted to go Super Skill Pinball. But I think Magnastorm is underrated. I'm actually going to go Magnastorm. Burn Cycle over Super Skill Pinball. Burn Cycle is by far probably the better game. And, you know, but me personally, I prefer to play Super Skill Pinball. I would prefer to play Burn Cycle over Masters of Renaissance. As I would prefer to play Agricola. But I think I'd prefer to play Masters of Renaissance over Pavlov's House. And Mercator. And Ragusa. But I would probably prefer Pavlov's House over Splendor Marvel. Town Centre or Splendor Marvel? It's been a while since I've played Town Centre. It is good. It's very clever. But I'm leaning towards Splendor Marvel. I'm going Splendor Marvel. Patchwork or Town Centre? Patchwork wasn't for me. I'm going with Town Centre. Patchwork. This is interesting. Both games thematically set around the Age of Exploration 1503. How's that for a matchup? Both with boats on the cover. I'm going to have to go Anno 1503, even though it's not a very good game at all. Oh, out of these two, I'm going to go Age of Exploration. Out of these two, it seems to be bouncing between my favourite games and ones down at the bottom. Out of these two, we're going to go Timeline. Now, Assyria, as I've mentioned many times, is a 9.5, 10 out of game. But Imperial Steam is also really, really good. Oh, this is a tricky one. This is a tricky one. What am I going to pick? I mean, Imperial Steam, my joint favourite game of last year. Not last year, 2021. Wow. But Assyria, I'm going to go with Assyria. Yeah, Assyria, for me, better than Imperial Steam. Really, really good. Imperial Steam over Letterjam. Yes, Imperial Steam. Boone Lake over Letterjam. Yes. Stanford Dynasty over Letterjam. Yes. But Letterjam over Heroes of Terranoth. Lacrimosa over Heroes of Terranoth. Amul, again, keep talking about it. Underrated. Very, very good. but I'd prefer Heroes of Terrinoth. Thurnon Taxis over Amul. I'd prefer Amul. Istanbul over Thurnon Taxis. Thurnon Taxis. Fayum over Istanbul. Let's go Fayum. Need to play Fayum again. Istanbul over Merchants of Venus. Yes. Mini Express over Merchants of Venus. Yes. But out of these two, Merchants of Venus over Paranormal Detectives. I mean, Merchants of Venus, it's so old. It's so old school. It's dice for movement. It takes a million hours to play. There's so much downtime. I'm going to go Paranormal Detectives. But I grew up playing Merchants of Venus. And Merchants of Venus without the dice is much, much better. Let's go. I can see Richard's voting on everything. Wow. You're going to be here a while, Richard. We've got 3,000 to do. But thank you very much for giving your thoughts on it. And I'm glad you like Stanford Dynasty, because it is very, very good. Let's go Among the Stars. Let's go... Volcanic Island wasn't a great one. So I'm going to go Merchants of Venus. Let's go Verdoran Gardens. Let's go Andromeda. Ugh, what am I doing? Rock, Paper Wizard or Volcanic Island? I'll go Volcanic Island. I'll go Stephenson. I didn't even think I had Stephenson's Rocket still in my collection. I need to check that. If I do still have Stephenson's Rocket, I don't know where it is. Zhanguo or Marrakesh. These are both very good games, but we're going with Marrakesh. Zhanguo or Aquasphere. I like both of these games a lot. I'm going to go Zhanguo. Macau over Aquasphere. I'm going to go Macau. Elysium over Aquasphere. Let's go Aquasphere. Keyforge over Elysium. We'll go Elysium. Tabanusi over Keyforge. I'm going to say Tabanusi. Lord of the Rings card game over Keyforge. Keyforge, definitely. Helvetia, yes. Paladins of the West Kingdom, yes. Project L, yes. Again, I've got issues with the Lord of the Rings card game. But I'm going to pick it over Fearbend. Fearbend didn't sit that well with me. Need to play Frontier Wars again. Let's go with that one. And Watson and Holmes. Let's go Fearbend. Let's go March of Progress. Let's go Shattered States. Why not? Oh dear. I'm going to play Inner Bind just because Flux is awful. Right. Anachrony or Infinity. Anachrony Infinity Box or Maracaibo. Now, it's going to be Maracaibo, but Anachrony is amazing. Would I prefer to play Anachrony over Android Netrunner? Yes, I would actually. But I prefer to play Android Netrunner to Keyflower, I think. And I'd prefer to play Vignos over Keyflower. And I think I'd prefer to play Welcome to Centerville over Keyflower, although I'm not sure. Yeah, let's pick that one. I need to play that again. I don't know if there's a solo mode. Is there a solo mode for Welcome to Centerville? Possibly, possibly not. Let's pick Atiwa. This one I'm gonna pick Keyflower. This one I'm gonna pick Hermagor. This one is gonna be Symphony Number 9. Symphony Number 9 is really clever. This one I'm gonna pick Ra. This one I'm gonna pick Arctic Scavengers. This one I'm gonna pick Three Kingdoms Redux. This one is Micro Macro. This one is Jetpack Joyride. Rogue Trooper, another old game from the 80s that I've got upstairs, but I don't think it's even complete. I think there's bits missing from it. And it's very long and very old school and very random. So even though Judge Dredd I think is flawed, we're going to pick that. Rogue Trooper over Sherlock 13. Talked about Sherlock 13 earlier, but let's go Rogue Trooper. Mage Knight over Star Wars Outer Rim. Right, now then. It's going to have to be Mage Knight, obviously. But Star Wars Outer Rim is so good. But it's got to be Mage Knight. I mean, it has to be Mage Knight. Star Wars Outer Rim or My Abbey? definitely Star Wars Outer Rim. Ark Nova or Miyabi, definitely Ark Nova. Miyabi over the Unlock series of games. Definitely the Unlock series of games. Miyabi over Hamlet, definitely Miyabi. Vindication over Hamlet, definitely Vindication. Alhambra over Hamlet, definitely Alhambra. Australia over Hamlet, yep. Brass Lancashire over Hamlet, yes. Merchants of the Middle Ages over Hamlet. I've not played Merchants of the Middle Ages for like 20 years. Can't remember it. Let's go Hamlet. Let's go Flotilla. Let's go Space Race. Let's go Adrenaline. I'm actually going to choose Merchants of the Middle Ages over Eclipse, just because I've really gone off Eclipse in the last couple of times I played it. And I know loads of people love Eclipse, but yeah, just too much turtling, too much randomness, so much to like about it. But no. But I'm going to pick it over Assembly. Right, I'm going to save. We are at 21.29. So 21.29. How are we doing? I think the bar's not quite 50%. Arkham Horror over Alien Frontiers. Yes, definitely Arkham Horror, the card game. And Teotihuacan, yes. And Princes of Florence, yes. And Ride the Rails. And Bonfire. Puerto Rico over Alien Frontiers, yes. But I'm going to pick Alien Frontiers over So You've Been Eaten. Tikal. Actually, yeah, I quite like Tikal. 504 over So You've Been Eaten. No, I'm going to pick So You've Been Eaten. I'm going to pick Trails of Tucana over 504. These are all over 504. Stone Age, I won't ever play Stone Age except with average dice. But it is a good game. Mindbug over 504. Mindbug is a lot of fun. But I think 504, I think certain ones of 504. Again, Mindbug is a good game. But we're going with Seventh Continent. But we're going with Mindbug this time. Battlestar over Ashes. No question. Ashes. Battlestar Galactica over Battle Law 2nd Edition. Now then, I'm going to go Battle Law. Personal preferences here. I'm going to go Black Angel. Now, Battlestar Galactica over Messina 1347. Oh, I'm actually going to go Battlestar Galactica. Oh, 2 Vladimir Suhi games. 20th Century over Messina 1347. I've only played Messina 1347 once, and I need to play it more, and I did enjoy it. Whereas 20th Century, I've played a lot. I've probably played 20th Century 15 or so times. And it is very, very dry and very, very boring, but really, really good games. Oh. It's hard because I haven't played Messina enough. But from what I saw of it, I think I preferred Messina. Blue Moon City over 20th Century. Blue Moon City is a fantastically underrated game. Ignore the card game, Blue Moon. That was awful. Blue Moon City is a totally different game. Very, very good game. This is tricky. I'm actually going to give this to 20th Century, though. North American Railways beats Blue Moon City, yes. Blue Moon City does beat Edelstein and Reich. But Edelstein and Reich, I think, beats Trans-Europa. Trans-Europa over Acquire. Yeah, I mean, Acquire is classic. But, yeah. I'm going to pick Trans-Europa. I'm going to pick Acquire for this one. I'm going to pick Lux Aeterna. I'm going to pick Ostia. But I'm going to pick the Bottle Imp as opposed to Fast Forward Fortune. I'm going to pick... I'll pick Mandala Stones. Paris over Perseverance. I enjoy both of these games a lot. If we were talking just hour and a half medium weight Euros, it would be Paris. But my personal preference is Perseverance. Out of these two, my preference is Paris. Out of these two, probably Agra. Oh. Praga Kaput Regni or Kingdom Builder. I mean, there's an obvious choice of Praga Caput Regni. But I like the simplicity of Kingdom Builder. So we're going to go Kingdom Builder with this one. Praga or Legacy? In fact, is Richard still in the chat? I think Richard is still in the chat. My copy of Legacy is bought from Mr. Richard Ham himself at Essen many, many years ago. And I still have it. Which might have been the first time that I met you. I can't remember. But yeah, I remember buying your copy off you. Do I prefer to play that or Praga Caput Regni? I think Praga. Solar Storm or Legacy? I think Solar Storm. Primordial Soup or Legacy? I'm going to go Legacy. Primordial Soup is a bit old school. Same with Starship Captains. Same with the Adventure Games Monochrome Inc. This one, however... Yeah, we'll go 8-minute Empire Legends, which, as I say, is wrong. It's a 15-minute game. Trains or Primordial Soup? Again, how much are we covering up the fact that Trains is broken and needs fixing with a house rule? Let's go Primordial Soup. But we'll go Trains over Flick Fleet. We'll go Medieval Merchant over Flick Fleet, but we'll go Flick Fleet over Apples to Apples. But we'll go Apples to Apples over Alexandria. But we'll go Alexandria over Toko Washi Game Cats. I've got that somewhere. Oh, Kremlin over Tokyo Washi Game Cats. I've got so many varied games in my collection. This is interesting just to do these comparisons. Just because I'm being reminded of the wide variety of games that I have in my collection. You cannot compare these. A game from the 70s that takes 1,000,000 years to play and requires you writing lots of things on bits of paper, or a 5-minute game played on a roll of sellotape. I'm going to go Tokyo Washi Game Cats. If you don't know what it is, it's by Jordan Draper. Look it up on BGG. It is literally a roll of tape that you get out, stick to your table, and you play a game on the roll of tape by drawing on it, and then you throw it away at the end. Genius. Clever game design. We're going with that one. Kanban EV or High Rise? I do enjoy High Rise. I think it is fantastic. Would I prefer to play High Rise over Kanban EV? I think I would. Just Amerigo over Kanban. Yeah, I enjoy Amerigo. I know it's not one of his most popular ones, but I do enjoy it. Brick and Mortar over Kanban. Kanban, definitely. Sky Mines over Brick and Mortar, yes. Amsterdam over Brick and Mortar, yes. Too Many Bones over Brick and Mortar, yes. Anno 1800 over Brick and Mortar, yes. Bus, yes. But Brick and Mortar over Erland. Right, Erland over Last Will. No, Last Will. Priest of Ra, definitely over Erland. Keeper, definitely over Erland. Probably Pendulum, to be honest, although Erland was quite good. No, we'll go Erland. Pendulum over Battle Cars, yes. Point Salad over Battle Cars. Epic Card Game over Battle Cars. The problem I have with the Epic Card Game, I like the idea of it, but all the cards are just too complicated. And if you're only dipping into it, unlike Keyforge, that's relatively simple, you play Epic and every single card has like so much text and so many things, I just get confused. But I think it's probably more fun than Battle Cars, or is it? No, I'm going to go Battle Cars. But this time I'm going to go Epic. Terraforming Mars or Age of Steam. Both classics. I think both of these, in my opinion, would be classed as a classic game. And I'm going to go Terraforming Mars. Time Stories as a whole or Age of Steam. Some of the stories in Time Stories have been fantastic. And as a cooperative adventure game with all of that stuff going on, but I think I'm going to go Age of Steam. I'd love to play Age of Steam more. Hamburg or Time Stories? Actually, I'm going to go Time Stories with this one. Asgard or Hamburg? I'm leaning towards Asgard, but I haven't played it in a long time. So I'm going to go Hamburg. Scylla over Asgard. Let's go Asgard. Scylla over Sniper Elite. To be honest, I'd prefer to play Scylla. Wealth of Nations over Sniper Elite. Yep, Wealth of Nations. But out of these two, I'd probably go Sniper Elite. Batman or Stars of Akarios. Both massive games with big, big rule books. Probably Stars of Akarios because of the cooperative nature and slightly less dice rolly stuff. Out of these two, it would be Batman. Out of these two, it would be Lost Valley. Anti-K out of these two. Tigris and Euphrates out of these two. Streets. Again, how can you compare a 5-minute game to a 12-hour game? A 5-minute game, and if Richard's still in the chat, you remember our involvement with Steal This Game. I spoke about this in the Patreon-only stream the other night. Yeah, me and Richard were involved in Steal This Game. But yeah, 5-minute game, designed on an evening at a convention, or Tom Lehman's massively long, complicated 2038. I'm going to have to go Steal This Game. No, I think I'm going to go 2038. I mean, I've played 2038 a lot. Yeah, let's go 2038. Yokohama or Hoplomachus Victorum. Loving Hoplomachus Victorum right now, but overall, Yokohama. Great game. Red Cathedral over Hoplomachus Victorum. So, Red Cathedral, great game. But I'm going with Hoplomachus. This one, I'm actually going to go... I really rate Via Nebula. I'm going to go Via Nebula. This one, I'm actually going to go Red Cathedral. This one, I'm going to go Space Corps. But this one, I'm going to go Oathsworn. This one's going to be... See, I really rate Roll for Adventure. I'm actually going to go Roll for Adventure on this one. And I know most people wouldn't because Flamecraft is the big popular game that everybody loves. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people do. And Roll for Adventure is a not that well-known game. But I think Roll for Adventure is fantastic. So, yeah, it's going to be Roll for Adventure. Out of these two, this is an interesting one. Flamecraft or Golem? Kind of about the same. One's a lot heavier. And I do enjoy it. But there's some bits of Golem that are a bit... Given the choice, I think I'd go Flamecraft. And again, given the choice of these two, now that I understand Hansa Teutonica, I'll go with that one. Furnace or Golem? That's going to be Furnace. Free Ride or Golem? It's going to be Free Ride. Ultramare or Golem is going to be Ultramare. Hallertau or Golem? Probably going to be Golem. Hallertau over Imperium Classics. We'll go Imperium. Rakeholt or Hallertau? Actually, I'm going to go Rakeholt. Hallertau didn't sit that well with me. Even though there was a lot to like about it. Coloma or Hallertau? Let's go Coloma. Ultray or Hallertau? I quite liked Ultray. And I get it. It was very much turn a card over, do some random stuff. But I liked the presentation. I liked the game. I liked the stories. Let's go Ultray. Starship Catan over Hallertau. Play Starship Catan a lot. Let's go for that one. Twilight Squabble over Hallertau. No, I think I'd prefer... Out of those two, I think I'd prefer to play Hallertau. And Scorpius Freighter. And Mobile Markets. And Ispahan. And the Isle of Cats. King of the Elves can take up to like 6 people. Twilight Squabble is just a 2-player game. But if I only had 2 people... I'm going to go Twilight Squabble. This one I'm going to go King of the Elves. King of the Elves is really good. It's an Elfenland card game. These two I'm going to go Immortals. This is going to be Giganton. This is going to be... Probably Pocket Imperium. And this one's going to be Suburbia. This one's going to be probably in between. 2 big space battle combat games with dice. Let's go Red Alert. Let's go Federation Commander. Why Rio de la Plata is still showing up on my list, I don't know. I mean, these two are awful. I just want to delete both of these games. I don't even know why I've kept Superpower. It's in the attic. I don't have any personal connection to that. So Superpower and Rio de la Plata are going to be removed from my collection after this week. Never want to go anywhere near either of these games again. So I've just picked a random choice. Hero Quest is staying in the attic for nostalgia reasons, but again, is never getting played again. Spirit Island or Russian Railroads. Right, suddenly we've gone again from the very bottom of my ratings to the very top. Spirit Island is my #1 cooperative game of all time. And Russian Railroads is just amazing. But I'm going to go with Spirit Island. The cooperative nature, the variability in the gameplay. Yeah, Spirit Island. Caylus, original Caylus or Russian Railroads? Russian Railroads. Caylus or Railroad Revolution? Probably Caylus. Licita or Railroad Revolution? Actually, even though Licita is a very, very good game, I'm going to give this one to Railroad Revolution. Key Flow over Licita. I'm going to go with Licita. Codenames Duet or Key Flow? What do we think? Codenames Duet or Key Flow? I'm going to go Codenames Duet. Prodigal's Club or Key Flow? Prodigal's Club. I love the little mini games. Planet Steam over Key Flow. I love the auctioning and the dynamic market of Planet Steam. Ponzi Scheme over Key Flow. Gonna go Ponzi Scheme. Talon over Key Flow. I mean, I'd love to be able to play Talon properly and learn it. I'm going to need to go Talon. The Gallerist over Key Flow. Leaning towards Key Flow now. Out of those two, although I do enjoy the Gallerist, I'm going to go Key Flow. Icky or the Gallerist? I'm going to go the Gallerist. Key to the City of London or Icky? We're going to go Icky. Sabika or Key to the City? We'll go Sabika. Space Alert or Key to the City? Oh. Space Alert. Key to the City of London or Founders of Gloomhaven? So if Richard's still in the chat, and Richard is in the chat, it's good that you're here, Richard, because obviously I now know Isaac and I'm friends with Isaac and I have a professional working relationship with Isaac, and it's all down to you, because I watched your video on Founders of Gloomhaven and went, that looks like the kind of game that I would enjoy, and I got that game because of your video, and of course that has led on to everything that I'm now doing. So thank you very much, Richard. Not just for that, but for everything else that you do in the hobby. But given the choice, Founders is unfortunately a bit too long of a game, and I'm going to go with Key to the City after all of that. But this time I'm going to go with Founders over Nemo's War. Nemo's War or Power Grid? It's an interesting one. I'm actually going to go Nemo's War. Tranquility over Power Grid. Let's go Power Grid. Tranquility over Gears of War. Let's go Gears of War. And this one, I'm going to go Tranquility on this one. Tranquility, you need to play a few times with the same group. Trap Words or Pandemic? Let's go Trap Words. It's more fun. Greenland or Pandemic? Let's go Pandemic. Long Live the Queen or Greenland? Let's go Greenland. Oh dear, we're getting down there again. Let's go Long Live the Queen. Let's go Tide of Iron. Let's go Welcome Back to the Dungeon. Let's go Fire. Let's go Civilization. Used to be my #1 game of all time. Let's go Kings and Things. Lost Expedition, I think. Right, Flamme Rouge or Cooper Island. We're back at the top again. Love both of these games. These are both 9.5 out of 10 games for me. Don't know. I'm going to go Cooper Island just because I think it works at more player counts than Flamme Rouge. I think I'm going to say the same for On Mars. But this is a tricky one. Tzolk'in or Flamme Rouge? Actually, to be honest, now, although as much as I enjoy Tzolk'in, and I was a developer on the game, and I think it's great, Tzolk'in or Flamme Rouge? This is difficult. This is really difficult. I think I'm going to go Tzolk'in. These are some painful choices now. There is an undo button. I'm glad there's an undo button. Although, to be honest, with my indecisiveness, it would be good if I could hide the undo button. Make the decision, Paul. I'm going to go Flamme Rouge, actually, on this one. Terra Mystica or In the Year of the Dragon? Both extremely good games. I'm going to go In the Year of the Dragon. Terra Mystica or Lisboa? Oh. Looks to the ceiling for inspiration. Let's go... Let's go Terra Mystica. That's a difficult one. Glenmore or Lisboa? Let's go Lisboa. Glenmore or Unfathomable? Let's go Glenmore. Chronicles of Crime or Unfathomable? Chronicles of Crime. Ingenious or Unfathomable? Again, two very, very different games. I'm actually going to go Unfathomable. I really liked it. Ingenious or Capital Lux 2? Capital Lux 2 has loads of variety. Like loads and loads and loads of variety. And he's very, very clever. Ingenious, though, is brilliant. Simplicity and just brilliant. I'm actually going to go Capital Lux 2 with this one. This one I'm going to go Macarinos. Again, talked about it in part 1. This one I'm going to pick Notre Dame. This one I'm going to go Ingenious. Charterstone or Woodcraft? Now, I really liked Charterstone. I'm actually going to pick Charterstone over Woodcraft, and I expect to lose followers and subscribers and Patreon supporters for choosing Charterstone over Woodcraft. I know I'm going to lose followers by doing that, but that's it. Stickem over Woodcraft. Stickem is really, really good. It's a simple, trick-taking, evil card game, but I'm going to go with Woodcraft. More my kind of game. Same with Carpe Diem. Same with Vasco da Gama. Oh... Vasco da Gama was good, but no, we'll go Vasco da Gama. I prefer Stickem to Flick of Faith, though. I prefer Thunderstone Quest to Flick of Faith. But I think, out of these two, I think I prefer Flick of Faith to Lord of the Rings: The Confrontation. I think. But it's a close one. Lord of the Rings or Mystery House? Let's go Mystery House. Let's go Lancashire Railways. Let's go Lord of the Rings for this one. Let's go Fast Sloths. Let's go Deal with the Devil. Let's go Mysterium. Let's go Carcassonne. Let's go Racing Tortoises. Let's go Tukey. Let's go Formula Motor Racing. Right. Fury of Dracula or Colossal Arena? I'm going to go Colossal Arena. Robo Rally or Fury of Dracula? Both old school games. Never want to play either of them again. For different reasons. But I think I'm going to go Fury of Dracula. I think. Well, definitely not Supremacy, because it's an awful, awful, awful game. Space Crusade over Supremacy. Right. Only because I want to keep Rick as a friend, I'm picking Space Crusade. No, to be honest, Supremacy is far worse of a game than Space Crusade, and Space Crusade is pretty bad. Supremacy over Chupacabra, it's going to be Chupacabra. Right. Back to the top. How are we doing? We're probably at about 50%. So I can tell you now, I'm going to save. and we are at 21:52. So my plan for tonight, I've woken up a little bit now. My plan is to continue going until 11 p.m. I'm going to stop at 11 p.m. tonight, which is in 1 hour and 7 minutes time. And then there will be a part 3. I don't know when part 3 is going to be because I'm going to struggle to fit it into the schedule, but I will do a part 3 of these and hopefully we'll finish off. I thought we'd have got further than 50%, to be honest, but we'll see how we get on. So both great games. I'm going to go with Lord of the Rings. Out of these two, I'm going to go with Nippon. Out of these two, I'm going to go La Granja. Out of these two, I'm going to go just one. Dead Reckoning. Orleans. Cuba. Nusfjord. See, we need speeding up again. Exit or Colonia? Exit or Colonia? I love Colonia. I think it's a really great game and underrated. So we're going to go Colonia. I'm also going to go Shipyard or Exit. No, some of the Exit games have been great. Robinson Crusoe over Shipyard. Shipyard is more my kind of game. Robinson Crusoe over Days of Ire. Which would I prefer to play? I'd prefer to play Days of Ire, I think. Robinson Crusoe or Clash of Cultures. Both have random dice in them. Let's go Robinson Crusoe. I'm actually going to go Magellan with this one. Sorry, Pizarro and Co. I'm going to go Clash of Cultures with this one. I'm going to go Dragon Castle. I'm going to go Nautilus. I'm going to go Expedition to Newdale. I'm going to go Onitama. I'm going to go Evo. We'll go Spirium. We'll go Trickerion. The Crew. We'll go Legends Untold. Out of these two, I'll go Castles of Mad King Ludwig. Out of these two, it will be Fabled Fruit. These two is going to be Dungeon Scrawlers. That's going to be Traders of Osaka. That's going to be Monster Expedition. That's going to be Oh My Goods. Out of these two, it's going to be Dice Master. Caribbean, yeah, definitely. Almost everything over Wizard's Quest. I mean, I still have Wizard's Quest. It's still in the attic somewhere. Both of these, I mean, Wizard's Quest is never leaving my collection because I had it in the 80s and played it loads when I was a kid. Rage is leaving my collection because it's just, yeah, it's a card game that's not as good as Six Nimmt or Hornoshen. So I'm choosing Wizard's Quest. Dungeon Quest. If somebody wants my copy of Dungeon Quest, they are more than welcome to it if I can find it. Never going to play it again. But would I play it over Rage? Yes, I would. Oh, now I'm going to pick Great Western Trail 2nd Edition. But Pulsar is a 9.5 out of 10 game for me. This one, a slight preference for Pulsar. This one, both palaces. Royal Palace or Crystal Palace. I'm going to go Royal Palace. This one is going to be Crystal Palace. Dominant Species or Dungeon Lords. Oh. Dominant Species or Dungeon Lords. What to pick? What to pick? I mean, both games have scaling issues in the fact that at Dungeon Lords with 2 and 3 players, you have to use dummy boards. Dominant Species doesn't really work at 2 and 3 players. I mean, I have played it at 3 and it was okay. I'm actually going to go Dominant Species, but this is a close one and I like both for different reasons. Between these two, I mean, I've spoken about Rebuilding Seattle a lot recently, and it is very, very good. But Dungeon Lords is something a bit special. Out of these two, both recent games, I mean, Rebuilding Seattle is not even out yet. It's out in a couple of months' time. Out of these two, I'm leaning towards Rebuilding Seattle. I mean, I love Undaunted Stalingrad. Ultimately, It does have lots of dice rolling in it, but I do love it. Whereas Rebuilding Seattle is more my kind of game. Same with Key Market. But out of these two, I think I'd prefer to play Undaunted Stalingrad. These two would be Snowdonia. This would probably be On the Underground. This would be Crisis. This would be Discoveries. Palaces of Carrara. Cloud Age. Come on, Andor. Yeah, let's go Andor over Leonardo da Vinci. Let's go Mermies over Leonardo da Vinci. And New York City. And Watergate. And Rush MD. Maybe not Knights of Fire. There was a bit too much of a conflict element in it. Let's go Leonardo da Vinci. Even though I can't really remember it. Let's go Noria. Let's go Roads and Boats. Let's go Mystic Vale. Yeah, let's go Panamax. But Knights of Fire over Cosmic Encounter. Monumental over Cosmic Encounter. And Dragonfire over Cosmic Encounter. And also Dice Settlers. And sure, Mr. Cabbage Head's Garden. And Warlock of Powertop Mountain. Oh, right, okay. So now we're getting further and further down the list. Just how bad is Cosmic Encounter? Is it worse than Dilbert Corporate Shuffle? No, actually, I'm going to put Cosmic Encounter above it. Yeah, we're back down at the bottom of the list now. I can see what it's doing. Let's go with Dilbert for that one. Shaver Sheep or Formula D? It has come to this. It's going to be Shaver Sheep. It's going to be Container. It can't be as bad as I think. Warrior Knights or Formula D? None of them. Ever. Again, please, go away. Oh, Excalibur. We talked about that, didn't we, last time? Oh, God, these are both painfully bad games. Let's go Warrior Knights. Right, back to the top again. Kalis 1303 or Cloudspire. I'm really curious, by the way, if anybody knows... I mean, I could speak to the people at Pub Meeple. I'm curious to see how this ranking system is working. Because it seems to be like at the top and then it goes right down. And then we get really down to the terrible games at the bottom. And then it shoots right to the top again. So out of these two, again, I'm going to have to go with Cloudspire. Even though Kalis 1303 is one of my favourite games of all time. And out of these two, I'm going to have to go with Kalis. As much as I think Concordia is a masterpiece, Kalis has so much interesting player interaction and stuff in it. Crown of Amara is very, very good. Do I prefer Crown of Amara to Concordia? I do. Do I prefer Ora et Labora to Concordia? I think I do. Do I prefer Lancaster to Concordia? No, I think I prefer Concordia. As long as you use the map for the right number of players, I think I prefer Concordia. Gloomhaven or Lancaster? Now then, it's going to be Gloomhaven. Lancaster or Heat Pedal to the Metal? It's going to be Heat. Might be recency bias, but going with Heat. Lancaster or Il Principe? Again, my memories of Il Principe are very, very good. Richard's probably played it, but I doubt many other people have heard of it, let alone played it. Il Principe is a very, very good game. I'm going with the Lancaster, though, for this one. And I'm going to go Castles of Burgundy. Richard's not played it. It's very good. It's very old. Very good. Dungeon Pets or Il Principe? I'm going to go Dungeon Pets. Chocolate Factory or Il Principe? Yeah, I can see what it's doing. Is it's working out where Il Principe is fitting and moving it further and further down. I'm going to choose Chocolate Factory. I'm going to choose the crew. But I'm going to put Il Principe over the Cousins War. I'm going to put Zapotec over the Cousins War. And I'm going to pick Kokopelli over the Cousins War. And Rise of Empires. And Venice. And Gumshoe. And Java. But not Cartographers. So am I going to put Cartographers over Forge War? I'd prefer to play Forge War. I'd prefer to play Scout. I'd prefer to play City Builder. I'd prefer to play Summit. Watch over Cartographers. I think I'd prefer to play Cartographers. Watch over Dominion. No, Dominion. Watch over Concept. I think I prefer to play Watch. Concept over Heckmech. Yes, Concept. Crossing Oceans over Heckmech. Again, talked about Crossing Oceans earlier. It's just too long and repetitive. It's a better version of Transatlantic, but it just goes on a bit. So let's go Heckmech. I'm calling it Heckmech. It's Pocomino on there. Railway Rivals or Crossing Oceans? Let's go Crossing Oceans. Railway Rivals or The Reef? Let's go with The Reef. Just, yeah. Railway Rivals over Telestration. I mean, Telestrations it's silly fun. I'm going to go Railway Rivals with this one. Intrigue as well is very clever. Munchkin or Telestrations? It's going to be Telestrations, because at least it works. Flow of History or Munchkin? I can't pick Munchkin. I'll go Flow of History. Right, Newton or Underwater? We're back at the top again. Okay, we are back at the top. Newton or Underwater Cities? Love both of them. We've reached another block because these are both phenomenally good games. I'm going with Underwater Cities. Taj Mahal or Newton? I'm going with Newton. Star Wars Destiny over Taj Mahal. As much as I love Taj Mahal, it's going to be Star Wars Destiny. Come Together or Taj Mahal? So I've only played Come Together once. It's new, it's shiny, it's very good, but my memories of Taj Mahal are that it's exceptional. So we're going with that one. And again, I think, even though Come Together is really good, I think First Class is also something special. Come Together over Codenames. Actually, to be honest, yes, but that's not a knock on Codenames. It's just that I have newer games that have replaced Codenames. So I think Come Together. The Magnificent over Codenames. I mean, I do enjoy the Magnificent. So yeah, we'll go with that one. For Sale over Codenames. Now, this is good because we've got now party-ish style games that are both fun. And given the choice, I'm going to go Codenames. Sale or Sidereal Confluence? Well, again, two ones that are very difficult to compare, but we'll go Sidereal Confluence. We'll go Pathfinder. Out of these two, I'm going to go Honshu. I'm going to go Cerebria. I'm going to go Warhammer Quest. I'm going to go Communai. It's how far is it going to go down? Cubitos. Cavum. Weather Machine. Splendor or For Sale? Actually, I think I'd prefer to play For Sale than Splendor. And I'd prefer to play Throne of Allegoria than Splendor, and World Without End, and probably the War of the Ring card game, and probably Olympos, and Escape Tales, and Futuropia. Now, Quo Vadis or Splendor? I'm going to go with Splendor. Right, Quo Vadis or Conan? Let's go Quo Vadis. Dimaka or Conan? It's Dimaka. Battery level low. Right, bear with us a minute. My camera's about to die. So, apologies. I thought the camera was plugged in. But it's not. Somebody's unplugged the camera. Oh. That would be Loki. He sneaks in at night and he turns the camera off. I didn't even realise we were running on battery. And power back on. Are we back on? I think we're back on. Yeah, we're back on. Yeah, sorry about that. I hadn't realised that the camera was running off battery. It did well. It did very well. Anyway, Lords of Hellas over Conan. Lords of Hellas. High Trees in the Trial of Louis Riel. Yes, we'll go with that one over Conan. Factory Fun over Conan. Sure. But out of these two, actually, I've gone off Citadels. I've played it loads, but I've kind of gone off it. So we'll go with Conan. But I think I'd still prefer to play it than Twilight Imperium. No, that's unfair. Let's go Twilight Imperium. But me, I can't play Cryptid, so Unfortunate Adel, Detective. Right. I've got to go Cryptid because Zombie Dice is just awful. Scepter von Zavandor. Right. Again, these two games are leaving my collection. Zombie Dice and Shea Geek. They are both leaving my collection because I don't want to play any of them ever again. Through the Ages, A New Story of Civilization, or The Golden Ages. These are both very good games, but obviously Through the Ages wins. Pillars of the Earth with the house rule is better than Golden Ages. And it's not really a house rule. It's kind of an official rule now. Le Havre or Golden Ages? I'm actually going to go with Golden Ages, I think. For these two, am I? Oh. Le Havre is very, very good. The Golden Ages is also very, very good. I'm going to go Golden Ages. On a different day, I might pick a different one. I'm also going to go Forum Trajanum. I think. Am I? Yes. Le Havre or Tekhenu? I'm going to go Le Havre. So Clover or Tekhenu? Again, I don't want So Clover to be on this list because it is very difficult for me to compare an amazingly fun, simple party game to an extremely well-designed, solid Euro. You know, if So Clover comes out as being my #1 game of all time, that's wrong. But it is so good. I'm going to go with Tekhenu for this one. But this one I'm going to go So Clover. This one I'm going to go Codenames Pictures. This one is going to be Shadow of the Emperor. This one is going to be Origins. This one is going to be Rialto. This one is going to be Tainted Grail, just for the stories. This Championship Formula Racing. This is going to be Galaxy Trucker. This is probably going to be the Civilization game. This is going to be Mage Wars. Sierra West. Race for the Galaxy. Clans of Caledonia. This one's going to be Lit Isla. I do like King is Dead, but it's not, yeah. It's not suited to me perfectly. Let's go Caelus Magna Carta. Oracle of Delphi. I'm going to go Pipeline with these two. This one I'm actually going to go San Marco. Star Trek Expeditions, if Richard's still in the chat. I know you like this game. And I've been meaning to play it again for a long, long time because you keep saying how good it is. Let's have a look. King is Dead or Star Trek Expeditions. I'm actually going to go Star Trek Expeditions. But this one I'm going to go The King is Dead. Catan card game or Swatch? It's going to be the Catan card game. Phantom card game or Swatch? It's going to be the Phantom card game. It's going to be Metropolis. It's going to be Suspects. This is going to be Fire and Stone, I think. Although I'm not sure, actually. No, I'm going to go Swatch. This is going to be Quarriors. This is going to be Fire and Stone. Let's go Rainbow Rage. Right, 2 games in the attic. I'm never going to play either of them ever again. Let's go War of the Ring. Right, here we go. It had to happen at some point. Caverna or Feast for Odin. Now, a month ago, I would have picked Feast for Odin. No question. However, I've been playing a few games of Caverna on Board Game Arena. And it has reignited my love for the game. And I do think Caverna is absolutely fantastic as a game. So this is actually not an easy choice for me. Because these are both 2 of my favourite Uwe Rosenberg games. Absolutely love Caverna. But I'm going Feast for Odin. There's something a bit more special about Feast for Odin. Caverna or Carnegie. Now, no recency bias on these because I've been playing both of these quite a bit. In fact, the Carnegie tournament, we're doing a tournament at the moment for Patreon supporters on the Slack channel, and Carnegie is started today. Thank you very much, Brett, for sorting out the tournament. It's my turn. I'll do my turn before bedtime. I think Carnegie is a fantastic game, and it might be my #1 game of 2022. It was certainly my Patreon supporters' #1 game of 2022. But do I prefer that to Caverna? No. I love playing Caverna with such enjoyment over the so many different things that you can do in the game. I'm going Caverna. Amon-Ra or Carnegie? I've talked about Amon-Ra, about how much I love it, but I think I prefer Carnegie. Amon-Ra over Lost Ruins of Arnak. We're going Lost Ruins of Arnak. Amon-Ra over Coimbra. I can't decide this, because one, I've not played in a very, very long time. And Coimbra I've not played in a few years, but Amon-Ra I've not played in like 5 years, 10 years. So this is a tricky one. This is a tricky one. I'm gonna go Coimbra. I'm gonna go Amon-Ra with this one. I'm gonna go Madeira with this one. Merlin or Tapestry. As I say, I'm in the minority with Tapestry. I love the game. I love playing it. But I never really know what I'm doing. I just do stuff and things happen. So I'm going to go Merlin. Tapestry or Hamburgum. As much as I like Hamburgum, I like Tapestry more. This is a tricky one because I've only played Revive once. So I don't know yet. I like what I've seen of Revive so far. So... But Hamburgum, I know Hamburgum. I know it's a solid game. Right now I'm going to pick Hamburgum. But in a few months' time, it might be Revive. I'm also going to pick Navigador for the same reason. But Revive over Kahuna. Kahuna or Ming Voyages? It's going to be Kahuna. Homesteaders or Ming Voyages? It's going to be Homesteaders. Tindaya or Ming Voyages is Tindaya. Space Base over Ming Voyages is going to be Space Base. Ming Voyages over Copenhagen. Yes, Ming Voyages over Copenhagen. Copenhagen over Magnate? No, Magnate. Copenhagen versus Small City? Yes. Pictures versus Small City? Yes. Dominant Species Marine over Small City? Yes. Terracotta Army over Small City? Yes. Power Grid Factory Manager over Small City? Yes. Lost Cities over Small City? Yeah. Wildlands? Yeah. Oh, I don't know now. But no, Small City. We've reached the point. Tempest is going to be this one. Kingdom Rush is this one. Castle for All Seasons. Imperial. Magnum Sal. Hansa. East. Descent, sure. Fast Forward Flee. Double over Diesel Demolition Derby. No, Diesel Demolition Derby. Right. Attica over Gentis. Oh, right. We're back to the top again. These are both fantastic games, but I think I prefer Gentis. War Chest over Attica. As much as I love War Chest, I prefer Attica. Same thing here. Bitoku. Luna over War Chest. Oh, now this is an interesting one. This is an interesting one. Have we reached 50%? We have reached 50%. Gosh. I was hoping to be at least 75% today, maybe 80. We're not that. And I'm talking less. I'm definitely talking less. Luna over War Chest. Yeah, I think Luna's an underrated Stefan Feld game. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective as a series, yes. Under Falling Skies over War Chest, yes. Traders of Genoa over War Chest, yes. Endless Winter over War Chest, yes. Age of Industry over War Chest, no, we'll go War Chest. Age of Industry over Merv, no, we'll go Merv. Maharaja, no, we're going to go Age of Industry actually. Maharaja over Escape Plan, no, we'll go Escape Plan. Jorvik over Maharaja, no, I'm going to go Maharaja. Jorvik over Bruges. No, we'll go Bruges. Jorvik over Mexico. Nope, Mexico. Jorvik over League of Six. Nope, League of Six. Over Mini Rails. Nope. What about Pictomania? No, we'll go Jorvik. Pictomania versus Herbaceous. Yes. Herbaceous over Tashkalar. Yes, just because Tashkalar not really my kind of thing. Fast Forward Fortress over Tashkalar. Yes. Magna Geisha. I can't. I should have removed that because I've not played it in 20 years. I can't remember it. Maybe do a couple of hours by myself. Oh, no. These are definitely... I'm going to live stream these, even if nobody's watching. I promised I would live stream them. And to be honest, I wouldn't want to sit here doing this on my own. It's the conversation and the looking at the chat now and again that's actually keeping me going with this. So, yeah, no, these will all be live streamed. Nobody needs to watch them, but obviously we got 156 people watching live, which is more than every single other video that I've ever done other than part 1 of this. So they're clearly popular, and thank you very much for watching. And since there is 156 people watching live, give the video a thumbs up. And as mentioned earlier on, these videos are purely funded through Patreon, and it was a goal of the Patreon campaign to do this video. So if you like the content that I create and you want to support me on Patreon and help me carry on making videos, then you can do so at patreon.com/gaming rules. Thank you very much. Right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, between two cities. Canterbury. Mercado de Lisboa. Magna Grecia. Import-Export. Wibble++. Ooh. Gonna have to give it to Welcome to Dino World, even though I didn't like it. Torres or Axis and Allies? I'm gonna have to go Axis and Allies. Torres or Outpost? We're getting down the bottom of the scale again. Torres. Mayscape. Onslaught. Samurai Swords or Outpost? Wow. I've not played Samurai Swords in like 30 years. I mean, I'm saying Samurai Swords is now been renamed to Ikuza. Sure. Right, back at the top we go. ISS Vanguard or Frosthaven? What do you think I'm going to pick? Which one of those two games do you think I'm going to pick? Because I know which one I'm going to pick. And I could spend 5 minutes explaining the reasons why I'm going to pick one over the other. And if you're a Patreon supporter of mine on the Slack channel, then at some point later this week, please don't do it now because I need to go to bed after this, but some point later this week, ask me a question on the general channel and say, Paul, explain to us why you picked Frosthaven over ISS Vanguard, because that's what I'm doing. And I'll happily go into details. Marvel Champions over ISS Vanguard. Are we going to get a run of really difficult choices again? As much as I love ISS Vanguard, having only played the first 2 scenarios, and the fact that it's got an incredible story and all of that stuff, I'm going to go Marvel Champions. Given the choice, I think I'd prefer to play Marvel Champions. Okay, my former #1 Stefan Feld game or the amazing experience that ISS Vanguard is going to be. I'm going to have to give this to Trajan because of the staying power and mechanically. Right, ISS Vanguard or Frostpunk? Right, now, this is really difficult for me. Both big, epic games that have just come out. I spent months of my life working on the rulebooks for both of these games. They are both written by me, and they're both extremely good games. And I love both of them. But I'm going to lean... And there's differences, because Frostpunk is a replayable game, because it's not a narrative-driven game, even though there's cards with narrative. You can play Frostpunk over and over and over and over again. ISS Vanguard, once you've played through the story, you could play through the story again and make different decisions. So, you know, in 10 years' time, I might still be playing Frostpunk the board game. In 10 years' time, I will not be playing ISS Vanguard. because I will have played it, I will have finished it. But as for which one of those do I want to play the most and which ones am I going to enjoy, it's going to be ISS Vanguard because of the actual story and the narrative in the campaign. Even though mechanically, I think Frostpunk is the better game. So I'm going to give it to ISS Vanguard. But that was another really difficult choice. Out of these two, I'm not going to talk for a minute, but again, I could. We're going to go with Frostpunk for this one. This one is very likely going to be Uthia, even despite the 8 to 10 hours playtime. Teletum over Alabari. No, we're going to go Alabari. Right, we're back down the middle of the pack now. I'm more comfortable with this. Teletum over Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition. Yes. Amiitis over Terraforming Mars Ares. Yeah, Amiitis is really good. Endeavour over Terraforming... No, we'll go Endeavour. Viscounts of the West Kingdom or Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition. We'll go Viscounts. Which one of these two would I prefer to play? I think Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition. Roll for the Galaxy or Tiny Towns? Tiny Towns. Signorie or Roll for the Galaxy? Let's go Roll for the Galaxy. Seven Wonders or Signorie? Let's go Signorie. Tybor the Builder or Seven Wonders? Let's go Tybor the Builder. Troyes Dice over Seven Wonders. Let's go Seven Wonders. Industrial Waste over Troyes Dice. Yes. Yokohama Duel over Troyes Dice. Let's go Troyes Dice. Bonanza over Yokohama Duel. Yes. Baseball Highlights over Yokohama Duel. No, let's go Yokohama Duel. Let's go Splendor Duel for that one. Let's go Winter Kingdom, actually. Let's go Mesopotamia. But let's go Baseball Highlights for that. This one is going to be Aleph Null. This was going to be Euphrates and Tigris. This one is going to be Proteus. That's going to be Word Slam, obviously. Out of these two, I'm going to go Android. Let's go Take 5. It's really difficult for me to rate these games that I'm never going to play again. Oh, right, we're back to the top. Assyria or Rococo? I'm going to go Assyria. I've not played it in a long time, but it is extremely good. Rococo is fantastic. But Assyria, I just remember Assyria being something special. Imperial Steam or Rococo? I think this is Imperial Steam. Boon Lake or Rococo? Rococo. Boon Lake or Aeon's End? Aeon's End. Barrage over Boon Lake? Boon Lake. Stauffer Dynasty over Barrage? Yes. Letter Jam over Barrage? Yeah. Lacrimosa over Barrage. Again, I've only played Lacrimosa once, so it's tricky, but I think I prefer it to Barrage. Barrage I do enjoy, but it has the issue of, oh, I'll put that there. Right, that was the wrong move, and you've screwed the game up completely. So just don't put that piece there, and you'll be fine. Let's go Heroes of Terranoth. Let's go a Mull over Barrage. No, let's go Barrage. Let's go Magnastorm. Let's go Super Skill Pinball, and that's all of the Super Skill Pinball games, not just that particular one. Let's go Burn Cycle. Let's go Agricola or a Mull. I think a Mull. Mull is really good. Thurn on Taxes. Fayum or Agricola. Oh, I think Fayum right now. Agricola over Istanbul. Masters of Renaissance over Istanbul. Mercator. Ragusa over Istanbul. No, I think Istanbul better. And Mini Express. But I'm going to choose Ragusa over Paranormal Detectives. I'm going to choose Pavlov's House over that. And I'm going to choose Splendor Marvel, I think. Yeah. But I'm going to pick Paranormal Detectives over Town Centre. But Town Centre over Among the Stars. Among the Stars over Patchwork. See, Merchants of Venus over Patchwork. Merchants of Venus. Verdoran Gardens. Patchwork over Andromeda. Yeah, sure. Anno 1503. We're down at the bottom again. Andromeda. In fact, I shouldn't have Adventure Game The Volcanic Island in there. What I should have done, and I'm going to remove it now, is I should have kept the Adventure Game series as a series. And I've got 3 of them. So I'm actually going to remove the Volcanic Island. I know it's a bit late in the day to be removing them, but I'm going to remove them. Stevenson's Rocket over Timeline. Let's go with Stevenson's Rocket. Let's go with... neither of them. Oh, right, back to the top again. Maracaibo over Marrakesh. I think a lot of you are thinking that I'm probably going to pick Marrakesh. And Marrakesh is fantastic. And I absolutely love it. But I also absolutely love Maracaibo. So I'm going with Maracaibo. Anachrony or Marrakesh. This is actually going to be Marrakesh. Zhanguo or Anachrony. That's going to be Anachrony. Android Netrunner over Zhanguo. I mean, Netrunner is fantastic. Do I prefer Netrunner over Zhanguo? Yes, I think I do. Vignos over Zhanguo, yes. Welcome to Centerville over Zhanguo, no. No, we're going with Zhanguo. And Macau. And Aquasphere. So it's how low is Welcome to Centerville going? Elysium. Tabanusi. Keyforge. We're going to put a bit above Helvetia. We're going to put Atua over Helvetia. And Keyflower. And Hermagor. And Symphony No. 9. And Ra. But I'm going to put Helvetia over Arctic Scavengers. And Paladins of the West Kingdom. And Project L. But Lord of the Rings, no. Because of the issues, it keeps coming up. Arctic Scavengers. Three Kingdoms Redux over Lord of the Rings. Yes. Micro Macro. Would I prefer to play that over Lord of the Rings? Yes. Jetpack Joyride. No. Actually, Lord of the Rings, with some fixes, would be better. Jetpack Joyride over Frontier Wars. Frontier Wars. Watson and Holmes. Out of these two, Fearabend. Jetpack Joyride. Judge Dredd. Rogue Trooper. For nostalgia reasons. March of Progress. Sherlock 13. Right, back to the top again. Okay, I'm just going to mute myself. I just need a bit more food because I'm starved. Right. Two of my favourite games of all time. And it's going to be Mage Knight. As much as I love the Arkham Horror card game, there are at least 3 mechanisms in the Arkham Horror card game that I dislike as mechanisms in game. I mean, first of all, it is effectively roll for resolution. It is also, you need to commit your resources before then rolling. Even though there's no rolling. But I love the game, but it has those things in it which are not suited to me. And Mage Knight is Mage Knight. Speaking of dice for resolution, Star Wars Outer Rim has dice for resolution. Oh, I was hoping not to get this. Arkham Horror the card game or Star Wars Outer Rim. I'm going to have to give it to Arkham Horror because of the stories and the narrative. But Star Wars Outer Rim is extremely good. I prefer to play Star Wars Outer Rim than Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan is definitely more of a Euro game with a lot less randomness, but I just love Star Wars Outer Rim. Ark Nova or Teotihuacan? To be honest, I know most people are going to jump on the Ark Nova bandwagon, and it is a very good game, but I prefer Teotihuacan. Princess of Florence or Ark Nova? I mean, I told the story about Princess of Florence in the Patreon-only stream the other day, so I have an association with Princess of Florence that goes back 22 years. And there's a new version coming out this year, which I'm looking forward to. But I think I prefer Ark Nova. Princess of Florence or the Unlock series? Probably the Unlock series. Princess of Florence or My Abbey? Princess of Florence. My Abbey or Ride the Rails? I'm going to go with My Abbey. Ride the Rails is very good, though. So this is a tricky one. Actually, I think Ride the Rails is more enjoyable. They're both very good games. My Abbey or Bonfire? Bonfire. My Abbey or Puerto Rico? To be honest, Puerto Rico, I used to love it. I still think it's a very, very good game, but I'm going to go with My Abbey. Puerto Rico or Vindication? I'd prefer to play Vindication right now. Alhambra or Puerto Rico? I'm going to go Puerto Rico. I'm not sure about that one. Alien Frontiers or Alhambra? Let's go with Alhambra. Alien Frontiers or Australia? Let's go Australia. Alien Frontiers or Brass Lancashire? Let's go Brass. Alien Frontiers or Hamlet? I'm going to go Alien Frontiers. Hamlet or Tikal? I'm going to go Tikal. But out of these two, I'm going to go Hamlet. Out of these two, I'm going to go Flotilla. So You've Been Eaten or Space Race? Let's go So You've Been Eaten. Trails of Tucana or Space Race? Let's go Trails of Tucana. Very good. Stone Age or Space Race? Stone Age, but with average dice. 504 or Space Race? Let's go Space Race. Adrenaline or 504? Again, there are some games within 504 that are very good. So I'm going to pick that one. Seventh Continent or Adrenaline? It's going to be Seventh Continent. Mindbug or Adrenaline? I think that's going to be Mindbug. El Caballero, can't remember it. Let's pick Adrenaline. In fact, here we go. Yeah, 2 games that I've not played in over 15 years. I can't remember. I know that one's got little wooden things and you put things in it. So we'll pick that one. But out of these 2, only because I've gone off Eclipse. No, I'm still going to give this to Eclipse. Got to give it credit. Assembly was good. I think I enjoyed Assembly. Yeah, I don't know now. We're getting down to the bottom. Out of these 2, I think Bridges of Shangri-La. Out of these 2, probably El Caballero. Yeah, we're definitely getting down the bottom of the list again now. Go Blockmania. Let's go that one. And back to the top again. Perseverance or Ashes Rise of the Phoenix Born? Love Ashes. But Perseverance is more my kind of game. Ashes or Paris? Paris is a solid Euro game, but I'm going to go Ashes. Battle Lore 2nd edition or Paris? To be honest, I mean, I'll enjoy playing Battle Lore because I've painted all of the miniatures and it looks great on the table. But Paris is a better game, definitely. Agra or Battle Lore? I played Agra a lot. Agra is I've now played this enough that I'm probably happy never playing it again, but it was good. Whereas Battle Lore, I still want to play. Black Angel or Agra? Black Angel. Oh, the bar just moved. We're definitely over 50%. How far can we get in the next 23 minutes? Battlestar Galactica or Agra? Let's go Agra. Kingdom Builder or Battlestar? Let's go Kingdom Builder. Praga or Battlestar? Let's go Praga. Solar Storm or Battlestar? Let's go Solar Storm. This one's going to be Battlestar though. This one's going to be Messina. This one's going to be 20th Century. North American Railways is really good. We'll go Legacy with this one. Starship Captains over Blue Moon City. Yes. The Adventure Games over Blue Moon City. Yes. 15-minute Empire Legends is what it should be called. No, actually, I'm going to go Blue Moon City. And I can't remember Edelstein and Reich that much. Let's go 8-minute Empire. But I think it was better than Primordial Soup. And I think I prefer Primordial Soup to Trangiropa. And I think I prefer Trains, despite it being broken. And Medieval Merchant. And Flick Fleet. But Trangiropa over Apples to Apples, probably. And Acquire. And Lux Aeterna. And Ostia. Got a bit of salmon stuck in my throat. And the Bottle Imp. And Mandala Stones. And Fortune. Right. Terraforming Mars or High Rise. Both very good games, but Terraforming Mars gets it. Age of Steam or High Rise? I'm going to go with High Rise, actually. There you go. Mr. Gilhover, if you're watching, I prefer High Rise to Age of Steam. Amerigo or Age of Steam? It's going to be Amerigo. Kanban EV over Age of Steam? Yes. Sky Mines over Age of Steam? Yes. Amsterdam over Age of Steam? Yes. Too Many Bones over Age of Steam? Oh, yes. Anno 1800 over Age of Steam? Martin Wallace v Martin Wallace. We're almost at the point, and I'm like, ugh. I'm gonna go Anno 1800 for reasons, but for this one, I'm gonna go Age of Steam. All right, Bus over the entire Time Stories experience. Time Stories. Bus over Hamburg. I just wish Hamburg had better artwork. And I know the artwork is only cosmetic, but it makes a difference to me when I'm playing the game. If it looks ugly and I don't like the artwork, I'm not going to enjoy the game as much. I'm very shallow. Hamburg over Bus. I'm going to go Hamburg. Asgard over Bus. See, Bus is really clever, but I'm rubbish at it. I think I prefer Asgard. Scylla over... I remember liking Scylla. It's been a long, long time since I played it, but I remember liking it. But I would prefer Bus over Wealth of Nations. I'd prefer Brick and Mortar over Wealth of Nations, and I would prefer... No, actually, I prefer Wealth of Nations to Last Will. And I think I prefer Sniper Elite to Last Will. And again, once they fix Stars of Icarios, I keep talking about it, but yeah, I would. And Batman. And Lost Valley. And Anti-K. Oh, now then. No, I'm going to go Last Will on that one. Priest of Ra definitely over Tigris and Euphrates. And Keeper. And Erland. Oh, now. This is controversial, because Tigris and Euphrates used to be the #1 game on Board Game Geek. It is a better game than Pendulum. So out of these two, I'd actually prefer to play Pendulum. I didn't quite get Streets. Point Salad. Battle Cars over Streets. No, I'd prefer to play Streets than Battle Cars. Right, two very, very old games in my collection again. Which one of those would I prefer to play? 2038. Steal this game over Battle Cars. Battle Cars. Steal this game over Epic, the card game. Steal this game. Six Nimmt over Epic. Yes. Sneaks and Snitches over Epic. No. No. Definitely going with Epic, because as I say, Sneaks and Snitches, I can't really get my head around it. Elevator Eddie. Definitely neither of these two. Please remove... I mean, these two games are very likely leaving my collection as well. Sneaks and Stitches is definitely going. And Illuminati, do I want to keep it for nostalgia reasons? Possibly, but I'm never, ever going to play it again. I'm going to go Sneaks and Snitches because Illuminati is so old school, so much downtime, so random, and at least Sneaks and Stitches is a cleverly designed game. Right, back to the top. Spirit Island, Yokohama. This is an easy one. It's Spirit Island, but Yokohama is amazing. Yokohama or Russian railroads? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to go Yokohama. This one, despite my recent love for Hoplomachus Victorum, given the choice, it would be Russian railroads. And the same with this, it would be Caelus over Hoplomachus Victorum. But would it be Railroad Revolution over Victorum? That's the question. No, it would be Victorum. What about Via Nebula? I keep rating Via Nebula high, don't I? Because it is such a good game. Yeah, I'm going to vote it this time as well. What about the Red Cathedral over Railroad Revolution? No, we'll go Railroad Revolution. I'm going to go Red Cathedral over Lasita. And I'm going to go Space Corp over Lasita. And I'm going to go Oathsworn over Lasita. And I'm actually going to go Roll for Adventure over Lasita. But I'm going to go Lasita over Flamecraft. But I think, oh, yeah, Flamecraft over Codenames Duet. And Hansa Teutonica over Codenames Duet? Yes. Furnace over Codenames Duet? Yes. Free Ride. Yeah. Free Ride, really good. Ultramara, yes. Right. Golem over Codenames Duet? Yes. Imperium over Codenames Duet? Yes. Rakeholt. No. Codenames Duet. Right. Rakeholt versus Prodigal's Club. Prodigal's Club. Rakeholt versus Planet Steam. Let's go Planet Steam. Ponzi Scheme over Rakeholt. Let's go Rakeholt. Ponzi Scheme versus Coloma. Again, I talked about this earlier. I haven't played Coloma. Played it a couple of times when it came out and can't really remember it that much. But I remember enjoying it. So let's go with that one. Ponzi Scheme or Ultra. Ponzi Scheme versus Starship Catan. Talon. Keyflow. The Gallerist. Icky. Sabika. Space Alert. Key to the City of London. Ooh, Founders of Gloomhaven over Starship Catan. I do like Starship Catan. No. Oh, yeah. Which would I prefer to play? Founders of Gloomhaven over Hallertau. Let's go with Hallertau. Scorpius Freighter. Mobile Markets. Ispahan. That progress bar has just jumped again. Eye of Cats over Founders of Gloomhaven. Yes. Twilight Squabble over Founders of Gloomhaven. Yes. King of the Elves over Founders of Gloomhaven. Yes. But Founders of Gloomhaven over Immortals. Right. Where are we up to? We are 15 minutes to go. So another 15 minutes, and then we're going to end part 3. Part 2. And then I will let you know when part 3 is. Keep an eye on the channel. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the little notification bell so that you get notified about the videos. I will try and give people a little bit more notice next time. It's just obviously fitting things in is a bit tricky. And I've got a very busy few weeks ahead. Nemo's War or Immortals? Nemo's War. Power Grid or Immortals? Power Grid. Gears of War over Immortals. I'm going to go Gears of War for now. Tranquility over Immortals. Let's go Immortals. Let's go Giganton. Let's go Pocket Imperium. Let's go Tranquility, I think. Let's go Trap Words. Let's go Pandemic. Suburbia. Greenland. In between. Long Live the Queen. Tide of Iron. Welcome Back to the Dungeon. Fire. Civilization. Red Alert. Kings and Things. Lost Expedition. Classic Warlord. Oh, neither of them. Federation Commander. Goblins. Sherlock. It's got to be better than Superpower. We're back to the top again. Lord of the Rings Journeys in Middle-earth or Cooper Island. And again, Cooper Island, fantastic. But Lord of the Rings Journeys in Middle-earth is special. Nippon or Cooper Island. Both great, great games. Really, really good games. Gonna give it to Cooper Island. Nippon or On Mars. Gonna give this to Nippon. It's a little bit more in my sweet spot than On Mars is. On Mars or La Granja. Similar thing. Although On Mars is a little bit special. I'm going to go La Granja. Oh, okay, just one or On Mars. I mean, talk about games that I can't compare. This is where I need a skip button. I absolutely need a skip button for this because Vittel's going to unfriend me on Facebook if I choose just one. And I mean, the thing is, I don't play on Mars anymore. I don't have the time or the capacity to play on Mars. And just one I'm playing all the time. I mean, I've played just one like 6 times in the last week. Okay, there's no denying how good just one is. But if I was wide awake and I had exactly the right number of people and I had exactly the right time, I'm gonna choose On Mars. There you go. Vittel doesn't have to unfriend me. Just one or Tzolk'in. Tzolk'in is very, very, very good. I'm gonna go Tzolk'in. Just one or Flamme Rouge. Okay, we're starting to get there now in the games where it sort of fits in roughly the same area. I'm going to go Flamme Rouge. I'm going to go in the Year of the Dragon. Out of these two, I'm going to pick just one. Dead Reckoning or Terra Mystica is going to be Dead Reckoning. Orleans or Terra Mystica is going to be Terra Mystica. Lisboa or Orleans is going to be Lisboa. Orleans or Glenmore 2. Glenmore 2, I think. See, the thing is, Orleans has got loads of expansions with loads of different ways to play it. Glenmore 2 has those expansions built in. If we're talking just base games, I prefer Orleans. Cuba I need to play again. If what's come out of this is a list of older games which I think are really good, which I want to play again. Cuba, In the Shadow of the Emperor, Il Principe. You know, old games that a lot of people haven't heard of, that have come and gone, and you probably can't get them anymore, and they're really good games. Cuba or Glenmore 2. I'm going to say Cuba. I remember Cuba being really good. Nusfjord or Glenmore 2. I'm going to say Glenmore 2. Chronicles of Crime or Nusfjord. We'll say Nusfjord. Colonia or Chronicles of Crime. I'm going to say Colonia. Do I prefer the Exit series of games or do I prefer Chronicles of Crime? I think it's going to be Chronicles of Crime because it's more of a detective-y story type thing. Exit games or Unfathomable? This is going to have to be Exit. I've had some great experiences with some Exit games. Shipyard or Unfathomable? Enjoyment to play? Unfathomable easily beats Shipyard. Shipyard is very much the more Euro-style game, but Unfathomable, I think FFG did a really good job with it, and I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. Shipyard over Capital Lux 2. Do enjoy Capital Lux 2, but it's going to be Shipyard. This is going to be Capital Lux 2. This is going to be Mykarinos. This is going to be Notre Dame. This is going to be Ingenious. This is going to be Days of Ire. Robinson Crusoe or Charterstone. I'm going to go down the Charterstone route, I think. Yeah. Wow. Surprised I did that. Robinson Crusoe or Woodcraft. I'm going to go Robinson Crusoe. Pizarro & Co. versus Woodcraft. I'm going to go Pizarro & Co. Again, talking about older games, which most people have not heard of, which are very, very good. Pizarro & Co. is very good. Clash of Cultures or Woodcraft? For me, Woodcraft. Same with Carpe Diem. Same with Vasco da Gama. Stick'em or Clash of Cultures Monumental Edition. Let's go Clash of Cultures. Dragon Castle, definitely. Nautilus, yeah, I keep rating Nautilus high. Expedition to Newdale. Stick'em or Onitama? Let's go Stick'em. This is Onitama. This is Evo. This is Spirium. Thunderstone Quest. Trickerion. The Crew. Legends Untold. Castles of Madkin Ludwig. Fabled Fruit. Dungeon Scrawlers. Traders of Osaka. Monster Expedition. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're there. I'm going to go Flick of Faith over Oh My Goods. Oh My Gods or the Mystery House? The Mystery House. Lancashire Railways. I didn't get on with Oh My Goods, really. But do I prefer it to Lord of the Rings: The Confrontation? No, we're going to go Lord of the Rings. We're going to go Fast Sloths. We're going to go Deal with the Devil. We're going to go Mysterium. We're going to go Carcassonne. This point, we're going to go Oh My Goods. Dice Masters. Caribbean. Carcassonne. Definitely Racing Tortoises. Definitely Tukey. Definitely Formula Motor Racing. Definitely Colossal Arena. Right. Neither of them. But let's go Wizard's Quest for nostalgia reasons. Again, neither of them. Let's go Fury of Dracula. Neither of them. Yeah, we're right down at the bottom. Robo Rally. Space Crusade. Chupacabra. Dungeon Quest. Rage. And we're back to the top again. Cloud Spiral Great Western Trail 2nd Edition. It's going to have to be Great Western Trail. This one's going to be Cloud Spire. Ooh, Kalis 1303 or Pulsar 2849. Love both of them. It's going to be Kalis. Crown of Amara over Pulsar. It's going to be Crown of Amara. Aura et Labora or Pulsar. It's going to be Aura et Labora. That bar's just moved again. Concordia over Pulsar. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, Concordia or Pulsar. I'm going to go Pulsar. I think Pulsar, for me, is more enjoyable to play. Concordia or Royal Palace. I keep talking about this. This is another on the list of games from 15 years ago that most people haven't heard of that I think are fantastic, that I want to play again. But Concordia is a masterpiece. Absolute masterpiece. I'm going to go Royal Palace. Concordia or Crystal Palace? This is going to be Concordia. Crystal Palace or Gloomhaven? Very interesting. It's got to be Gloomhaven. Crystal Palace or Heat Pedal to the Metal? Right now, it would be Heat. Because it's new and it's exciting and I like it and it works and it's just a lot of fun. Crystal Palace is a solid Euro game with no theme whatsoever. I'm actually going to go Heat. And I've not even touched the expansions for Heat yet. Lancaster or Crystal Palace is going to be Crystal Palace. Lancaster or dominant species is gonna be Lancaster. Castles of Burgundy or dominant species is gonna be what we're gonna pick. What we're gonna pick? Castles of Burgundy. Dominant species over Dungeon Pets? Yes. Oh, Dungeon Pets versus Dungeon Lords. Which one do I think is the better game? Now, I think I prefer Dungeon Lords because thematically it's based on Dungeon Keeper, the board game, and it's fantasy adventures and things like that. Whereas it doesn't scale that well, whereas Dungeon Pets does scale well. I'm still going to go with Dungeon Lords. It's more suited to me. Out of these two, I think Dungeon Pets is the better game. It's cleverer. There's a lot more going on. I would probably play Rebuilding Seattle more often because it's a much easier teach and a much shorter game, but lots of good stuff in it. So this is a tricky one. And I'm actually going to go with Rebuilding Seattle. This one I'm going to go with Key Market. This is going to be Undaunted Stalingrad. This is going to be Snowdonia. But this one's going to be Dungeon Pets. This is going to be Chocolate Factory. This is going to be The Crew. Il Principe. Zapotec. Now, don't get me wrong, On the Underground is really good. Cocopelli. Right, at this point, I'm picking On the Underground. This one I'm going to pick... I liked Crisis, but Rise of Empires is actually really good. So we're going to pick Rise of Empires. Crisis or Venice? We're going to pick Crisis. Going to pick Discoveries. Going to pick Palaces of Carrara. Going to pick Cloud Age. Going to pick Legends of Andor. Pick Mermies. New York City. Watergate. How far's Venice going to go down? I'm going to pick Rush MD. Is it going to be above Leonardo da Vinci? Yes. Gumshoe. Leonardo. Noria. Roads and Boats over Java. Yeah, sure. Mystic Vale over Java. Yes. I have seen the time. We'll be stopping soon. As soon as it goes right back to the top, that's when I'll be stopping. Panamax or Java? I'm going to go Java. I still have issues with some of the cards in Panamax. Cousins War better? Yes. Forge War? Yes. Scout? Yes. City Builder? Yes. Summit? Yes. Cartographers over Panamax? Just. Dominion? Yes. Watch? Yes. Concept? Yes. Heckmech? Yes. Crossing Oceans? No. We're going to go Panamax. Right. Knights of Fire over Crossing Oceans? Yeah, Knights of Fire. Monumental? Dragonfire? Crossing Oceans or Dice Settlers? Yeah, I think Dice Settlers. But Crossing Oceans over Mr. Cabbagehead's Garden. The Reef. We're getting down there again. Railway Rivals. Intrigue. Telestrations. Mr. Cabbagehead's Garden. Flow of History. Warlock of Fartop Mountain. Cosmic Encounter. Dilbert Corporate Shuffle or Munchkin. Yes, I do own these games. They are in my collection. It's going to be Dilbert. And it's got to be Shaver Sheep over Munchkin. It's got to be. And Container over Munchkin. And Formula D over Munchkin. Again, Munchkin is one of the worst games ever designed. It's just awful. But would I play Munchkin over Warrior Knights? No. I would play it over Excalibur, though. Right. We've gone back to the top. It's 11 o'clock. We've done another 4 hours show. I'm going to save. We are going to save the progress. End of part 2. Thank you for everybody for watching. Just before you disappear, don't go anywhere. I just want to say a couple of things before we finish. Obviously, first of all, a big thank you to all of my Patreon supporters. As I keep mentioning in all of my videos, without your support, there is no channel. So thank you very much for that. If you like the content that I create and you want to support the channel, you can do so at patreon.com/gaming rules. Lots of people in the chat today. I'm looking through the names of people in the chat. And most of you are Patreon supporters, but if you're not a Patreon supporter and you are able to support me on Patreon, even at just $1 a month or whatever, your support is very much appreciated. This video, the last one, and the next one, and possibly the one after that, were due to a Patreon goal that I set myself, that when I got to 800 supporters, that I would do this. So that's why I'm doing it. I'd like to do something else when I get to 900 Patreon supporters. We did manage to get to 868 by the end of last year, which was fantastic. But as is what happens at the start of every month, I lose about 15 to 20 Patreon supporters. And right now we're back down to 855. Let me just check the emails. Nope, we have had a new Patreon supporter. So James W, otherwise known as Dark Jams, has joined the Patreon a couple of hours ago. So thank you very much for that. And I think that's it. Yeah. So we've got one new Patreon supporter. Excuse me. Yeah, one new Patreon supporter tonight. Thank you very much for that. But as I say, if you are in a position to be able to support me on Patreon, that would be very much appreciated. Let me just quickly let you know what my plans are for this week ahead. This week, I really need to buckle down and I need to be working on the Frostpunk video. So I'm working on a how to play video for Frostpunk, and that's going to take the majority of my time this week. However, and in the background, I'm also testing the next box set of Unlock scenarios. So the next box set that's going to be coming out for the Unlock series is 6 short adventures. We've tested 2 of them. We've got 4 more to do, and we need to have that finished by the end of this week. Nobody's going to see any of that, but just to let you know, that's what I'm doing in the background. On Friday, I have 2 live streams for you coming on Friday. We're going to be doing Agricola on Friday afternoon using the 15th anniversary box. And on Friday evening, we're going to be doing a 3 or 4 player game of Revive. So that's what's happening this Friday. And I want to schedule in part 3 of this. I don't think I'm going to have any time this week to do it. So it's very likely that I'm going to have to put some time aside this weekend, which is a problem because we had plans for this weekend, but I really want to get this done. So very likely I will be doing part 3 of this either on Saturday or Sunday. I will make a decision sometime near the end of the week, and I'll put that up on the YouTube channel so that you can see it. In fact, I might make a decision tonight or tomorrow morning. But either way, I want to get it done this weekend. It's been a lot of fun. So yeah, thank you very much for watching this one. And if you're interested, if you enjoyed this and you didn't see part 1, go back and watch part 1. I did talk a lot more in part 1, and it did get a bit slower. Now, let's just have a quick look at how far we are through. We are 61%. So I really would like the next part to be the last one. So what I think I might do is, obviously it's been 4 hours each time. If I do the next one and just say, look, here we are, we're going to now go till we finish. And I basically set myself the goal of part 3 will be finished. I'm surprised actually we didn't get as far through tonight as I thought we might. Yeah, we could probably do it in about 5 hours. I think another 5 hours and we'll do it. But that has been 13 hours of live stream content. And just to touch on it again, this is not paid for in any way. And I don't make any money from my advertising revenue. So for those of you that don't know, if you're still here, every single penny of my advertising revenue goes to charity. I don't make any money from the videos on YouTube. We donate everything to charity. So basically we donate about £4,000 or £5,000 a year to charity, which is all from the advertising revenue. So if you think I'm doing these videos to get all the views, to make loads of money from advertising, no, I'm not getting anything from this whatsoever. And the reason I'm able to do that is because the financial support of the Patreon campaign means that I have the flexibility to give all the advertising money to charity, which I want to do because that's a good thing to do. And the only reason I'm able to do that is because my Patreon supporters, pay enough for me to fund the channel and be able to do that. So thank you very much for that and making these videos possible. I am now going to have a Jaffa Cake bar, head downstairs, and then get an early night. Thank you so much for watching. This has been really, really enjoyable. Much more enjoyable than I thought this was going to be, but it's time to wrap it up. Most people in the UK are back at work tomorrow, including myself. So I hope you've had a good break over the holiday period. Thank you very much to everybody for watching. Take care, and I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.